Morning. So, Ms. Roberts?
Good morning.
Good morning. So I just have a quick question before we get started.
Okay.
So, so there's a lot to cover today if we're going to try to get much into the last day. We still have, I was trying to, I don't think I'm going to be able to go through and finish the 8 steps. It just won't be time for that. So I was wondering if maybe we could do for steps 3 and 4, make it a fishbowl exercise.
Okay, say more how you want to do that.
Okay, so are you familiar with the way fishbowl exercises work?
I think I do, but I need a refresher. So
No problem.
see
problem.
how you would do it. So
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it of course it works best in person, but we have to adapt. And so, well, the thing would be is for have someone to volunteer. Their group would volunteer their assignment, and we would then have have steps 3 and 4 as a walkthrough with them, sort of as a back and forth between they and I. And then what we could do on a fishbowl is that if others want to chime in or have questions while we're walking through this for clarification, for input, for suggestions, so forth, that they could go ahead and do that by either unmuting themselves or putting something in the chat. So it would be a modified fishbowl way of doing things, but it's an adaptation to the online approach, something I learned because I'm taking an online teaching thing.
Okay, that sounds good to me. And that's, yeah, that's what I was envisioning. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page so I was thinking if we can, we'll ask for volunteers first.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we will. And then we'll explain the exercise, and then help with kind of getting through it would be great. And then of course I want to try to at least introduce them to the rest of the material, which is a lot of it. Plus, I want to go through that document that I sent, that letter that I sent, that I think many of them would benefit from, and particularly people like Ms. Chrysler. This is like something that you would actually send to your folks beforehand. If you take a look at the letter, look at the questions and the way we structured it, if you modified it, it's something that you could actually send to your collaborators as you're trying to assess their monitoring and evaluation readiness. So we developed this a while ago. We've used it often. We being my colleagues and I, where we were doing the work in Alabama, and we were going to the different urban and rural sites, and we were working with that. And we especially developed it based on some of the work we were doing in the different counties, particularly the Black Belt area, and then we use it in Escambia County, and that sort of thing. So one of your colleagues did reach out, for it. I think it was Miss Dorsey did, and I'm glad she did, because it got me to take a second look at it. I had to dig it out though. I didn't realize I'd buried it so far, but anyway. Okay. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Miss Roberts, you are on mute.
Paula, do you have any questions or feedback on that?
Well, I kind of came in on the maybe kind of a little bit after the beginning, but so I'm generally think that whatever the direction you're headed is just is next steps and access. Is that what I'm understanding? No. Okay.
No. Well, I mean, partially yes and no. So we're not going to have time to really do steps 3 and 4 with the whole group. So Dr. Calfair suggested that perhaps we use the fishbowl exercise where we have someone who is willing to step up and go through 3 and 4 and interface with Dr. Telfair, who is showing up as Ms. Ando this morning.
Okay,
So,
I will definitely change that. I think I
Yeah.
clicked done. Thank you for that.
You're
Boy, that
welcome.
would have been embarrassing, wouldn't it? Okay.
Not embarrassing, just usual. So,
Yeah.
so instead we would work through that exercise.
Okay,
Um,
yeah, that's all good. Yep.
Okay, good deal. All right,
Yeah, cool.
we're ready to roll. And we're a couple minutes before. And
Yeah.
so Paula, are you in the Olympic?
Yeah, right.
You look like you're in the Olympic venue this morning.
Well, it was near Olympic venue sometime in the past, probably in the last century, but this is in Canada. This is up the mountain from Calgary/Banff and further on up the mountain. So yes, that was when the Active Living Research Conference was in Banff, and I went up a few days early. And so this is up on, so I've had on my 2 skis, and I probably fell more times than our current hopeful gold medalist. It was beautiful. It was really nice.
The Olympics are stunning. I mean, the backdrop for them is like, whoa.
Yeah. It's like, who knew, right?
Yeah. So we're at 19. And we'll give it a couple more minutes for people to join, and then we'll get going. Rachel, you're good on your side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There she goes again. $22. If everyone would put your information in the chat, and if you have joined by phone, so I see a 205-222-2030 number.
I think that's Michelle.
Okay. Okay. We just want to make sure we
Yep, that's
capture-
me. That's
Hey.
Michelle.
Hey, you. So, on behalf of Michelle and I, before we get started, from everyone who's on you just have to put up with us. We're just reminding you that this is Heart Month, and to take care of your hearts. Treat them well.
All from our team is here with the exception of Ruby. So she must be running long on something else, but I do see Mati is here. So
Ruby's here.
oh, sorry. How did I miss her? Oh, it's Ashley. Never mind. You know, you both look so much alike. Sorry.
Elsie, I love your profile picture.
Thank you. Sometimes my profile picture gets all crossed up when I log in from another Zoom account for my church. I have no idea why Zoom does it. I have no idea.
Because it can.
Exactly, because it's Zoom, exactly.
Okay, so we're at 24. So let's get started. I'm going to welcome everyone and turn it straight over to Dr. Telfair. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Okay. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. So we do have a lot to cover today. We will do our best to get to as much of it as we can. So we have a couple parts to continue. We still have some of the slides just to walk you through elements that we really want to discuss with you, particularly around monitoring. However, we also want to try to at least get in a couple more of the 8 steps to get you to practice that. We'll go over that in a minute. And then one of your colleagues, Ms. Dorsey, really prompted me to think about something that we had discussed both in the planning presentations as well as during this presentation, is the whole question of readiness to participate as an institution, agency, person, or group in monitoring evaluation. And then what do you really need today to look at that? So Ms. Rachel shared with you all something that we had worked on, we being the team that I have been working with prior to coming here to Georgia, that we've developed in our community-based work and determining readiness, evaluation readiness for different groups, agencies, programs. So what we're going to do this morning, which everyone is, we're going to do again a slight change up so that we could at least get in the last of what we have. So first of all, we are going to engage in an exercise to review the last 2 steps. I mean, the next 2 steps, steps 3 and 4, since most people got through 1 and 2. We're going to do what's called a fishbowl exercise. I think some of you may be familiar with that. It's generally something that's done in group work, in discussion, and debate, and that sort of thing. But we're adapting that to this work. I'll explain that when we get to it. The second thing we're going to do is I want to go over that document that I shared with you all, the additional add-on, so that you all can be familiar with that. And then we'll talk about essential skills for monitoring, process monitoring. And we will look at that. We'll talk about essential skills for performance measurement, and we'll accompany that with a document that I have shared with you all. It's a brief document. And then we'll talk about we'll spend the last parts of our session talking about alternatives to logic models that have more to do with in time or real-time ways that you can present your information. So we're going to talk about the 2 handouts, the project tracking matrix, as well as the project achievement matrix. And we're going to look at those things. And then we'll just have some concluding comments, if we have time. So as usual, before we get started, I want to take a moment before I present the first screen and see if y'all have any questions or comments or concerns or things you need for points of clarification and so forth. Okay, so hearing none, I will then proceed. Okay, so I am going to share my screen and go to okay. All right, so a quick check. Do you see the 8 steps for program planning and monitoring? Okay, good. All right then. So we're going to go down to step 3, and this is what we're going to cover. All right, so okay, so what I'm going to do is ask for either one group or a person to volunteer their project that we can go through steps 3 and steps 4 with. We will do it as an interactive way. First of all, does anyone want to volunteer their project to be the example we're going to use for the next work we're going to walk through? Anybody?
Rhonda and Ruby, you want to volunteer Faith and Health?
Sure. Rachel, real quick. I was trying to type in the chat to you, Rachel. Charles Barlow, Chuck is trying to get in. He sent an email.
I responded to it. I think he's trying to use the link from last week. So I'm working on getting the link for this week.
Oh, okay. Sure, Paula.
All right.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So we will then use what Miss Barlow, your team. All right. So that's okay. Now we have a group. So I'm gonna circle back to you in just a few minutes. So let me explain what we're doing for everybody else. So many of you who do community-based work know that part of the work that happens is that it's really important to be able to have dialogue. In other words, discuss issues and challenges in work. And a lot of times that is focused on a singular group, singular topic, and so forth. So what happens a lot of times is that if you're doing this in a group setting or multi-group setting, it's really difficult to just have a dialogue about a particular group's focus. So there is an exercise called a fishbowl. And the way the fishbowl works, it works really well when you're in real time and in person. However, many of us have learned to adapt it to online because that's kind of what we're doing these days. So how that works is that you imagine a fishbowl is a fishbowl. It's a clear glass, generally implement that holds multiple different types of fish, if you will. And what you are able to do from the outside is to observe what goes on inside the fishbowl. So in practice, in terms of an exercise, which I'm sure some of you probably have done this yourself when you do community work, is that you generally have, say in the front of a room or in some other setting, a circle of chairs, and you have a facilitator, you have a note taker, and then you have the participants who are the ones involved in the process itself. The goal of it many times is around either discussion an issue, resolving an issue. It's used for strategic planning and development and so forth. But what the way it works is that the inner circle, those are the ones that are the ones being observed, are the ones that are focused on dealing with the challenge. The outer circle are the ones that are observers, and the fishbowl itself is not a like it is in real life, where generally the only way you can get in is through interfering or reaching through the top or whatever of the bowl. This one allows for semi-permeable circle. So that means that persons on the outside, if they have something to contribute or questions to ask for clarification or anything that will help them to better understand what's going on, they could come in, and there's usually an empty chair or two, and they could sit in that chair, and then they could then share their question or concern. For example, if we're talking about what Ms. Barlow's group is doing, and she explains their challenge or explain their program, and then we begin the discussion of how to do this thing, which is developing targets, and we're looking at what kind of targets they have. There's multiple options. However, it may not be clear what they decide and why they decided it. So someone from the outside, aka y'all who are participants, can either raise your hand, either put a note in the chat, or make yourself known in some other way that you have a question. for them or for me, who is the facilitator, and then you could speak up, and then we can address that. And then once you have your question addressed and answered, then you leave the circle, and then you go back into the audience. And this could happen from at any point through the process, from any time of the participation, any time of the work. Anybody could come in, and you could come in more than once if you need to. So again, it's a participatory discussion. It's a participatory way of addressing challenges, but it's a participatory way of giving input and learning. The whole point of the exercise is to provide direct input to those who are the primary participants, which would be Ms. Barlow and her team, and then to provide information and input as well as clarification and so forth for those who are the external, which is the rest of y'all. So that's the way that we're going to try this. It works well in person. It works halfway well when you have online, but we're learning to adapt as much as we can here. So anyway, any questions about the way we're going to approach this thing, particularly from Ms. Barlow and her team? No question, Ms. Barlow? Okay.
No.
Okay, what about your colleague?
Yeah, I'm okay to go ahead, Dr. Telfair.
Okay, then. Ms. Barlow, comment? Yeah, you got to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes, I'm good.
All right. Okay. All right. So any questions from the rest of the participants about how we're going to approach this, and then what your role can be in this? Okay, so not hearing any, then let's get started. All right, then. So what we're going to do is, first of all, Ms. Barlow, let's do a quick review of your teams 1 and 2. Okay. You and Ms. Hallam, let's just do whatever. Any one of y'all can just walk us through the 3 things: the overall project, what is the project it is that you're working on, the way you concluded and pulled together what you've done for step 1, and then the third thing is what you've concluded and pulled together for step 2. So the project, step 1 explanation, step 2 explanation. Okay, so any one of y'all could speak up, and we'll pause for a moment and let y'all proceed.
Okay, so the project is the Faith and Health Coalition, which is a subcommittee for Healthy Savannah. And basically the coalition is a safe place for faith-based organizations to cooperate with one another with resources and to be able to develop health programs, and also to develop a health team in their congregation, in their organization. And step 1, Ruby, I'm gonna read what you sent. So basically with step 1, the goal of the project is to support faith-based organizations in Savannah, Chatham County to promote a culture of health. Go on to step 2.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Ruby, feel free to jump in anytime. Step 2 is define objectives for each goal. And we have 2 objectives so far. No, I'm sorry, 3. So we will provide faith, activity, nutrition, which is FAN, training to faith-based organizations before December 22. That's 1. Educate existing food pantries within faith-based organizations. And we didn't finish, but basically to effectively incorporate a SWAP program, which is basically you walk into the food pantry, and the foods have a stoplight system as to which ones are the most healthiest to the least healthiest, according to preset standards. And then the third one is by January 2023, increase the number of active Health and Faith Coalition members by from 3 members to 6 members.
Okay,
That's as far as we got.
as far as you got. Okay, then. So first question to both of y'all, do you think that you are satisfied with the 3 objectives, or do you want to do a little bit more work with them?
We are not satisfied.
Okay,
We have it on our calendar
okay,
to revisit.
okay.
Since we're revisiting today is a good thing.
Okay, good enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually stop sharing then. And I will turn it over to you or Ms. Hallam to share the screen so that we could pull your objectives up. And then let's do some closure, get some closure with those.
Okay.
All right. So you all
Ruby,
are,
is that your screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you can take it away. You can.
I guess one thing we'll say, I guess we need to still manipulate them to make them correct objectives and something we can work towards. But I think we're clear on that the kind of objectives we want. I suppose we want to train, we want to educate, and we want to expand the coalition. So I feel
Right.
like we're on the same page with that, just how they look in and to make them as correct and accurate as possible so that we can meet those objectives is what we need to work on.
okay. All right then. So let's the best place to start is start at the top. So let's start with objective 1. So as you have stated it here, yours is to provide faith, activity, and nutrition, which is that FAN program. I think we started this discussion last time, training to 5 faith-based organizations before the December of 2022, so before the end of the year. All right then. So first of all, how did you come up with 5 faith-based programs?
So I suppose we did it on how many we already have and how many. There's no limit to how many faith-based organizations can enroll. It just depends on how the capacity of the faith-based organization at the time, and then information we have about faith-based organizations that have shown interest already, but haven't necessarily committed to the cohort yet. So we have a lot that are interested and willing. They just needed to push back from January to the next cohort, which will be around March or April time.
Okay, then. So then, if I'm hearing you correctly, what you want to do then is that in order to move the program forward, you would want to actually double the number of organizations that you already have. So you want to increase it by another 5 based on that. So you would make that clear that your baseline is already 5. You already have 5 enrolled. So you're building off of a baseline of the existing 5 to increase it by another 5. So the way you have it is not written wrong, but you would add a little text to after the December 22nd to say the intent is to increase the number of engaged faith-based programs.
So
the intent is to double the number of involved faith-based programs. I'm sorry, ma'am. Ms. Hallam.
you're fine.
Okay.
So Dr. Telfair, we would write the intent right there with the objective, or would it be a subnote?
Well, it would be a subnote, but for purposes of our exercise, we would put it right there so people could know. All right.
Okay.
So the intent is to double the number of faith-based programs, that. So you would what you would have is that there's another way you could write this objective, and I'm just giving you a suggestion. So you do not have to do this, but a suggestion. So what you could say is that you would say that your goal, because you're using the right terminology. So words like provide, increase, and that sort of thing. So here's another way to say it. It's that you will increase the number of faith-based programs that will receive the FAN training by 50%. you know, and that it with by 50%, you know, on or before December of 2022. And then you would just put in parentheses, our current baseline participation is 5. And so then you would increase it by 50%, which means you would raise it from 5 to 10. And then the 5 to 10 would be what you would put in your subnote.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. But yeah, but let me ask you this then. So, because this is a program we did since year 1 of the REACH grant, there are more than 5 that have completed it at this point. My list has 8 completed, and then 9 completed churches or faith-based organizations, and then we have ones that are in the pipeline or in progress of doing this currently. So would you include the groups that are also in progress, or are we just including complete?
Okay, so let me go back to my first question. Why did you pick 5? If
It
what
was
you're
really
saying,
random.
yeah,
It was random.
okay, all right, I got it. But so you're adding, Ms. Harlem, you're adding additional information which you didn't share on the first pass. So now that you have shared that, then my question to you would be, I would reframe the question. What do you think is possible given what you've done so far?
The 5.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's a realistic expectation because there's I believe 4 cohorts throughout that faith-based organizations could enroll in.
Right.
It does look a little different from when it was first done, because when it was first done, it was a train the trainer model. So we were doing the training and able to do it within a set period of time. Whereas now with COVID, they had to move to an online format where it's now an 8-week course that they can do it as self-paced. So that kind of skews that also.
Okay, so I get you now. So given what Ms. Barlow was saying, that 5 you say was work. So the subnote would change also. Okay, so right now, based on what you initially said, the subnote is correct. I mean, but based on your modification, what I would say the subnote should say is that this is an average. Then the 5 represents an average of the number that we have completed. It's an average, represents an average that of the numbers we've completed over the course of the program's history that we believe is possible for this coming calendar year. So that would clarify it so that anybody asking that. So yeah, you have all these others, but 5 is more of a better representation of the average number per year that you can be able to educate. Ms. Barlow, does that make sense? You and Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
2, I guess, when you are writing an objective, as long as it has the components and then you can validate why you've chosen certain things, that sounds like that's okay, because if you put it in the subnote, then you're clarifying why you did that.
Yeah, so I would say it's more than okay. So I wonder what you always try to do is you always try to provide an evidence-based justification for why you're making decisions, right? And so what we just discussed is an evidence-based thing. So you have, that, and also making good judgments on your decision, right? So you would want to make a judgment. You don't want to overpromise. You don't want to underpromise. So the evidence suggests that 5 is a more than reasonable, based on the existing information you have, more than reasonable for you to work with. Does that make sense? So you always want to provide justification. So it's not just a good idea. It's always generally good practice, good practice to do that. Okay. All right. So let's go to your second one then. Okay. So you want to educate existing food pantries within faith-based organization to effectively operate in corporate.
Yeah, did I spell that wrong? Incorporate?
Yeah, it should be COR, corporate. Yeah.
Maybe it's my British computer. Who knows?
Yeah. I said I was going to tease you about that, but I'll let it go. because usually there's no E or something at the end, but anyway. Yeah. But so, okay, so into a wellness partner system by December. So you have a couple things here. So educate. So you did say what you mean by educate. You've defined that term. And then effectively incorporate. Not really clear what that means based on that. You all may want to have as part of your sub notes operational definitions of your term. So the other term is an effectively incorporate. You know, so that is basically what you mean and what you intend.
Instead of having could we just, well,
No, I'm not suggesting you change, you drop it. I'm just suggesting that you provide an explanation. You operational define. So operational definitions, you remember from what we presented so far, simply means the way you define that based on your work, as well as making it measurable. So if you want to measure operational or effectively cooperate, how would you measure that?
Okay, and then would that come back to having the sub-objectives? Like we would say that they've measured that they've implemented it, because it's one thing to know how to do it, but then actually to implement it is another step, and then to use it effectively is another step.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So effective means what to you? Incorporate means what to you? You could either use them both as a co-term or individually, as you have just described. However, the intent here is that the definition is one that everyone working with you understands, and that is, and then secondly, it's measurable. So it's understood and it's measurable.
Okay.
Does that make sense to y'all?
yes.
Okay, I hear hesitation, Ms. Barlow.
The first part makes sense.
Because, go ahead. What
Okay.
did you say, Ruby?
No, I was saying the first part definitely makes sense, like that we all working on this team know what that means. That makes total sense. But then the second part that you said about making it measurable, then we need to make sure there's steps to, okay, check mark A is that they know how to do it. Check mark B is that they've then taken the next step to organize their pantry in that way. And then thirdly would be that the people come into the pantry know how to use it, and that it's actually, that knowledge is being transferred out in a way where it's going to benefit the people using it like it's intended to.
Okay. Yeah.
Where I was confused, the second part, like how do we communicate that in the objectives or
Yeah.
the objectives?
Yeah, I do have a suggestion, but let's hear from Ms. Barlow first.
Well, what I was trying to think and listen at the same time about is the effectively incorporate, because you're right. In my mind, there's two pieces to this. The first piece is to educate the staff of the food pantry, and then make sure they know, how the system works, and that they are putting the tags up, and they're, the food pantry is set up using that system. But then the second part to that is educating the food pantry customers, and also measuring how effective that education was. And how do you, my question within myself when we get together is, how do we measure that? Because as we all know, we know things, but we don't necessarily act on those things. Our behavior does not reflect our education or our belief. So that will have to be acknowledged in there somewhere in what measuring the effectiveness looks like.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you have 10 people walk in and they're educated and they know, but they still choose whatever they choose from the shelf, is that because they were not educated, or was that because they just wanted it and so they took it home? So anyway, that's not necessarily for here, but I was just thinking about the wording and what that is going to look like in the sub stuff, and
Right.
in our measurement tool as well.
Right. So if you go down to step 3,
Mm-hmm.
okay, now this is kind of where you are defining your target. If you go down to step 4, and then this is where you're defining your measures. Okay,
Right.
so we'll get to that, but you need to be thinking about it. All right. So but the first step, if you go back up to your objective, okay, is to operationally define what you mean. Now, the
Right.
next 3 and 4 will allow you to create, the other parts, the other bits here. And so that's the first thing, is operation define that. And you can define that as what works for you. So operation definitions are generally represent not necessarily dictionary definitions. They can, if you want them to, they can, they should represent, they could represent a whole bunch of things. One of them, they could be defined based on a sort of a dictionary definition. Second, they could be defined on an existing definition that's relevant to what it is you're talking about, in terms of what do you mean by effectiveness, sort of thing. Or they could be defined, and this is not a complete list that I'm giving you, but I'm just giving you ideas, is based upon what Ms. Barlow you just said, which is what's called an incorporated or a representative or philosophical definition. Okay, which means that you want some kind of aspirational element to be here. So if the intent is for people to buy into or better understand why the food program exists in the first place, then effective incorporation means that people are not only just learning how to use it, but also, having a better understanding of the feel and the reasons and the purpose and the why of the thing. I think that's what I heard you say.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's a challenge to do. However, it's something that you all would have to have some more dialogue about. But that we can talk about that when we get to step 3s and 4. But I'm glad you brought it up, because it gives us something to work with in 3 and 4. So if y'all please keep that in mind, and we'll circle back. Okay. So the supporting wellness at Pantry's system is already defined, and that normally would be defined in your narrative as you describe your program. So you just like the other program you had in terms of the education one, the faith education one, well, the wellness and pantry system would also be defined, and all you would have to do is refer back to that definition. Okay. All right. So then sub objectives are probably, you're going to need those once you figure out steps 3 and 4. You probably will want to circle back to create some sub-objectives that allows you to get at what you mean when you say educate, effective, incorporate, and so forth. Okay?
Okay.
All right. All right, then. So let's go to your third objective. So, and then it's just a slight tweak to consider, the two of y'all, for number 2 and number 3. So when you put a date in an objective, that is correct to have a target date. And then it's always good to have a target measure. But when you put a target date in, you want to kind of put a fine point on that. And what I mean by that, for example, you want to say by 31 December of 2022. Right, so that gives you wiggle room. You don't say, it's on or before 31 December 2022, on or before, by, it'd be by or by, before or by that date, or before or by, that. So that gives you, and then you have a target date, like, I think 31 in January is the other one you would do. But anyway, that's just a fine point. It's really up to you. It gives you some wiggle room, but precision is always good. All right. So in your third objective, you want to increase the number of active faith and health coalition members from 3 members to 6 members.
So I was looking through the Cornell funded, and there's also you can work and stuff like that. That's something that's so.
Oh, okay. Like graduate assistantship or like normal
Okay.
on-campus?
Okay.
Oh, wait a
Somebody else is unmiked.
So what do I tell me? So that,
Somebody else is on mic. Do y'all having a separate conversation?
I just muted her.
Okay.
I'll
right.
send her a message. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I mean, people, by the way, as you can unmute yourself and speak as long as it's relevant to the conversation we're having. And so I'll have to ask some others to point it out to me because I can't see everybody's screen. So if you have a question based upon what we've covered so far, we can take a moment here and just see if you have any questions or anything that we've discussed.
And Dr. Telfair, I'll add to that if anybody else have any suggestions. So we're open, we're not territorial.
Right. And we're doing the fishbowl exercise. So that's like, please, you're looking in and doing this.
Rhonda and
Yes.
colleague, I really like what you're doing here and the struggle that effectively incorporate what Dr. Telfair was suggesting, looking for a measurable way. I put in the chat what SWAP is. And you said in your introduction, before you even shared your screen, you used the term a nutritional ranking of food in pantries. And the word ranking itself is a measurable term. So it could be in that objective, you're looking to increase the ranking of nutrition of food pantries that incorporate the supporting wellness, the SWAP system. My 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Bullock. Anybody else? Or do you all want to respond? But that's the other part of the fishbowl is you get to respond to the internal participants.
So are you saying ranking in the food pantries themselves or ranking of the food on the, because that effectively incorporate is the single, it's talking about the single pantry that uses the system. So, and actually the number of pantries using it will go from 0 to something. So even if it's one pantry, 1 from 0 is 100%, right? So, but getting them to do it, because we don't have to measure that part, do we? No.
Well, the SWAP program, according to Feeding America's website, is a ranking system. You're
right, it is.
Is the food pantry full of Cocoa Puffs, or is it full of some nutritional food? And
right.
I don't know what the ranking system is, but not only are you saying an objective is for your faith-based food pantries to incorporate this system, but also somehow, I guess, it gets reported in this system of measuring the nutritional value of the food that's in the food pantry. Maybe somebody else knows more than I do about it.
So wait a minute. So you're saying use the word rank instead of incorporate?
Well, incorporate means that they've adopted the SWAP program in their pantry, but a second to that is not only did you adopt it, I can adopt it, but I still have Cocoa Puffs. Right. So I want to adopt it, but also increase the ranking of the foods in my pantry.
Right. So if I'm hearing, I'm sorry, Ms. Hallam, I will follow you. I will follow you. So Mr. Bullock, I'm just so it's what I understand is the rankings that they have is on the quality of the food itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So right. So what I'm understanding though from this objective is that that point would go as be a subpart of effectively used as opposed to incorporate, because what you're saying is to effectively use one of the criteria or one of the criteria for effective can be that they begin to, what is their level of stock for nutritional values, and they're ranking the nutritional values of the food. And so effectively means that they go from having a lot of low ranking foods, which means low nutrition, to higher ranking foods over time. So in other words, if they start in January and say only 10% of what they have is low quality, but by December, based upon the wellness pantry system and all the other things, they've now increased it to 40%. Then they've seen that change. But that's only one measure of effectiveness. The other parts of the other things that both Ms. Hallam and Ms. Barlow are talking about has to do with other ways they could rank it. So in other words, you could create, if when we get to it, we can discuss this, but put this in the parking lot to be discussed as part 3. What you're saying is ways that you could create rubrics that are linked to your multiple definitions of effectiveness. That's what I'm saying. So if effectiveness of use or access is one measure, the one thing you want to talk about, if effectiveness of the way you, the level of stock is another thing, and so on. That's kind of what they're struggling with, and what I was going to comment on, but I want to hold it for a moment till we get to 3 and 4, because that's what we get to flesh this out a little bit more. Okay.
So can I ask a question? So
of course,
I hear what I'm hearing, which I'm glad you stuck in there with me. So basically, not only are they using it, but they're also, instead of getting 10 cases of Cocoa Puffs, they're only getting 2 cases of Cocoa Puffs, and then they're getting, 9 cases or however many of shredded wheat.
Yeah.
So the question I have, which Ruby, I don't think we talked about that. So would that be in the objective to effectively incorporate but we're not supposed to use and so that would be another objective,
sub-objective,
or right so then that's what you're saying, it would go down to 3, because to incorporate would automatically mean, or we would say it would automatically mean, that they're going to also improve their offerings.
Yeah, so you could you can operate, define, effectively incorporate to address multiple elements that you're considering. Utilization is one, which is access. Quality of the foods that they stock over time is another. The ability for people to understand and use their system is another. So you all have, as I said, operational definition. You can break this up into subcomponents that are more reflective of what it is that your intent. Remember, whenever you put a goal or an objective together, what drives that is intent. Your philosophy, your reason why you want to do it, what you want to make of it, what is the outcome you're trying to achieve. All those things need to be considered when you put this together. So when you use terms that which you understand what you mean by that, because you mean everything I just said, what your challenge is when you're trying to create a monitoring system is how are you going to measure that qualitatively or quantitatively? And then that's kind of where your dilemma is, and that's where you kind of make a call how you want to do that. I mean, what you want to do. Now the how is what 3 and 4 allows you to do.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Are you both satisfied with that?
Yeah. I'll just add one other thing too. I really like what you are saying, Tom, about having the ranking and really incorporating that, because we do obviously want to see that they're increasing the amount of green items that they have. And one thing that came to mind is we do have, it doesn't necessarily 100% reflect the SWAP system, but we do have kind of a pre-assessment to do with the pantry before they've had any education on SWAP. So it doesn't run alongside it like a mirror, but it has how many fresh fruit and vegetable items do they have, how many low sodium options are there. So that could be a baseline way of knowing somewhat where they're at. So we can revisit that in the future. So could that be a sub-objective, that you complete that, like a process objective, that you complete it and then you come back to it?
Exactly. Yes, you can. So you could have your sub-objectives themselves do not, you're making a good point there. Let me just emphasize this for everyone on the call. So you have different types of objectives that we on the list. However, if you create sub-objectives that are more aligned with the activities, they themselves can be multiple types. They could be program objectives, they could be process objective, they could be outcome objectives, and so forth. It's your call how you want to do that. You just have to make sure that there's a level of consistency there. So circling back, Ms. Hallam, to be very specific, your pre-assessment could be part of that. But remember, your pre-assessment could be, as an objective, could really reflect that you will conduct a pre-assessment, of that work. However, it could also be an activity, that gets at that. So you could say, we're going to measure change in the quality of the food. That's your objective. The activity would be that you will conduct a pre and a post assessment, over, that are intermittently, quarterly, or whatever you want to do that. So remember, you need to break that out, because remember, objectives are not activities. Activities are part of objectives. So you can say we will accomplish this objective by conducting quarterly intermittent assessments of the quality of the food that they have on their shelves, or whatever you want to. And you could say that we will use the tool developed by Feed America, which has that tool that develops quality of food, or one of the more global, like global health. Some of the global health organizations, like the UN Food Program, has a really good tool on measuring quality of food, and that sort of thing. So whatever way you want to do it, I'm just saying. But let's talk about that in 3 and 4. Okay, so let's finish this because of time. And so your third objective is a programmatic one, in that you want to increase the number of active faith health coalition members. So you just have to define the term active. What do you mean by active? Here, which is my only question there. You mean active, I'm guessing, those that are participating with you, or those that are members of your group, or how you are defining active?
To me, I guess too, that's a good point, like bringing it up, because we haven't operationally defined what active is, because obviously individuals can miss a meeting. It doesn't mean that you're no longer active. But I guess it would be, and Ms. Rhonda, let me know if you are thinking along the same lines, but just individuals that are engaged in the group in a way where there's a dynamic relationship, where we're able to work alongside them and they're able to work alongside us. So collaboration and continual involvement. That would be my thought. I know that's not the best way to flesh it out, but I don't know if it might get too nitty gritty if you say that, well, there's, for example, this is just random, but say there's 5 meetings in the year and you have to be active, you have to come to 4 of the 5. That might be a little too stringent. I don't know.
My definition of active, and I hadn't thought about it now, but I think my definition of active is that a organization is engaged at a level that benefits them and the other members. In my mind, the whole point of a coalition is that individuals come together to support each other as a group. So if they have an active faith program at their church and they interact with the group, then I consider them active. I would want them to come to the meetings, but if they only got to 1 meeting a year, but they were active in other areas, then I consider them active. At this point, the only thing well, no, that's not true. I was going to say the meetings is the only thing we have, but that's not true. We do have other things. So I don't know. We'd have to work on that, Ruby, to come up with a working definition.
So could I just one final point on that, and then we'll move to step 3. So you're just to remind you both, you're not stuck with a quantitative operational definition here. You can have a qualitative one. For example, if the overall intent is that level of satisfaction by those who are members with participation, and there's a consensus, that is a qualitative measure. Level of satisfaction, express level of satisfaction, whatever terms you want to use, whatever way they define, whatever words they use, phrases they use, and so forth could be there. That's a qualitative definition. A quantitative one would be what you are referring to, Ms. Hallam, as the nitty-gritty ones, where you actually physically, where you and Ms. Barlow are struggling with, is one meeting enough, or do they need to have some kind of multifactorial thing, like a meeting, and then responding to emails, or showing up at a fair, or mentioning this in their church sessions or whatever. Those are all quantitative, but qualitative you can also do. So you could have a mixed measure of this if you want to, a qualitative one and a quantitative one. So I'm just throwing that out. It's y'all's call. When you get to that, you decide, and maybe we'll talk about it a little bit when we get down to number 3, and 4. But just think about, you have a lot of flexibility there, and just consider what you might want to do. Does that help, Ms. Barlow?
Yes, and then I was thinking, could we go to them for a definite? Well, I guess I'm not even gonna go that route, because, well,
why
we
not?
did go to them to come up with what we need to do to better engage. So I guess to kind of ask them what they think active is, or just come up with one.
Yeah. Yeah. So active should be mutually defined. So if you do a participatory approach, which is what I'm advocating, or which I've advocating for, yeah, then what you just suggested would be a way to go. Now, remember, the way and this is for everybody on the call. So I am advocating a participatory approach to monitoring and evaluation, which means, doing it the way we're discussing now. There are traditional ways that monitoring evaluation are done, where you hire a consultant, the consultant puts together, based upon the leadership discussions, goals, objectives, ways to do stuff, and then you move forward. A participatory approach, which is what we're talking about here, is that someone like myself would come up with the sort of the framework, or the operational framework for how things are done, and then work with you to come up with your input on how you think we should carry these out, and this goes from A to Z, from everything from coming up with redefining the program to defining the outcomes and the measures. So I just want to make that real clear, that the whole approach that we have been working on, and it goes back to the way we do the grant writing, the way we've done the planning, and this is a participatory approach to evaluation, and there are multiple approaches, but one of the approaches that I would do that. So for example, many of you who have taken evaluation training from others, the way we're doing this would not necessarily be a part of that. Okay, so just to be clear, okay, I just want to make that point, Ms. Barlow. But so from where I sit as a participatory evaluator person, I would just say you should come up with what you think is a good operational definition, and then you should run it past those who you want to participate, and then y'all come to an agreement. Then that way you can assure that is how things will be done going forward, because the more you include those who are responsible for the execution and the decision making for the work to be done, the smaller you reduce significantly the risk of challenges or things not working out the way you should, right? Things come up and biting you when you don't expect it to happen. Just you reduce the number of surprises, which is really what you want to do. You want to have a program to go as smooth as you can. You want everybody to understand as much as you can. And what I mean by much as you can is somewhere around 90%. And again, I want to reiterate my working idea for you all. There is no such thing as a 100% perfect program. There are programs that work most of the time, but we work in community settings and we work with different people, and stuff changes, people change, etc. So I think this is a way to assure and reduce that risk, if you will. Does that make sense to y'all?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to step 3. Okay, so we're going to have about 15 minutes left to do this one. So, all right then. So now this is kind of, so let's just take pick it up. So what I want to do here is pick it one of the objectives that you think is the most vexing of the three. And type that objective in the first number one, and then we'll work on the rest of this. So if you just cut and paste, Ms. Hallam, whichever objective you want to work on, which one of these three do the two of y'all want to work on?
Ms. Rhonda, do you have a preference at all?
No, not really.
Do we want to do, I guess, 2 because we ended up speaking about that one the most?
Yes.
Hopefully it doesn't, it's probably gonna take all my comments down here. So apologies.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's a messy document to start with. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, it's fine. It's a messy document. So if you just hit the enter key to give yourself room under this, there you go. Okay, so now you want to take out the Midland, and it looks like it's like you've centered the thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go.
Right. Okay, so then below that, yeah,
Okay.
you want to take out the centering there as well.
Okay.
All right, so then now you want to just put that, you want to type the word target and yeah, there you go. Target, yes.
Oh my goodness.
Colon, yeah, target, then colon.
There you go.
Okay, and take out the bold.
Okay.
Because it's all going to be bold if you start. No, not target. Target is bolded, but the
Oh,
text
got
after that is not bolded and underlined.
Got you.
So you have these automatic stuff going on with your system there.
I guess so.
Yeah. Anyway, all right then. So now let's do. So okay. So now you have to define your term. So your first term, I would say a half paren. Do a half paren.
Wait, sorry.
Yeah.
Say that one more.
Yeah. A, when you do like parentheses, right? So you just do a.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the other way.
This one?
The other half paren. Yeah, it's a half paren.
This one?
That
There you
way.
go.
There you go. Okay, now you type in the word you're going to use, which is educate.
Okay.
Okay, and then dash. There you go. Now, you're going to write in what you mean by educate. Your operational definition goes here.
So what we mean by educate is to train on, well,
is it informed?
so it's inform, yes. Okay, inform.
So would you just take almost that first thing and just say inform current food pantries about the SWAP program? Or was then that's kind of writing the objective again?
No.
Yeah.
What?
I would say train food pantry leaders and food pantry workers or leaders, volunteers. Because
Is it personnel? Or does it have to be all encompassing?
well, personnel is same as workers. You said personnel, right?
Yeah, because you listed off, I suppose, work.
Oh, I was trying to come up with the right word. I wasn't saying all
oh.
of those words. I was trying to come up with the best word.
God, yeah.
So that's why I went from leaders to workers, because then you have the leader, but then you still have the people to work with the leader. Or we could just,
Well, would it be important to define both of those groups? Because if you have a worker that may no longer work there, it's important that the leader or the person overseeing the operation of the organization knows how to do it, because then they can teach others in the future. How to
you
then,
could say food pantry ministry workers, because the leader is going to be a worker as well. Usually ministries, you have the leader, then you have the people that work with the leader. But we can refine it later. Right now, we can just say food pantry ministry workers. So, and then the food pantry users. That sounds awkward.
but I suppose we're not
Participants, food pantry participants, because we really are educating both. We're educating the workers and the people who come and get the food.
Yeah, but I suppose, but we aren't. That would, we train the workers and then the workers are able to assist the individuals that come, because obviously we're not at the pantry all the time when operations are taking place.
Right,
But
we're
what-
not training the participants, but we need the participants to be trained. So in my mind, that falls up under educate.
Okay.
Because that's something we're gonna measure. We're not even measuring it. The food pantry people are going to, or I don't know, wait a minute. The food pantry people, we're gonna have to come up with a simple way for them to keep track of what foods fall under what ranking.
Yeah, and I think not that
And-
that can't be measured. My only worry is if it is in a faith-based organization, it might be one individual and they probably don't have like a point of sale system. So they wouldn't be able to track, oh, we took this many green items. I mean, maybe they do have a system for that, but I would imagine it'd be pen and paper and not a like point of sale like in a store.
Okay, so let me just pause you
Mhm.
there for a second, okay? So what it is, if you go back, go up a little bit more, Ms. Hallam, to okay now. So when we say define the targets, we are saying the range of values you're going to use for the number you choose, the percent of the range, and so on and so forth. So the target, you know, first of all, educate means you're going to inform. Your target here is if you highlight in bold pantry ministry workers, if you just bold those. Okay.
Okay.
Right. And then if you underline the term to inform.
Okay.
Okay, so now what you've done is you define what you mean by educate, which is to inform. You've singled out who your target is, which are the pantry workers, right?
Right.
Okay, and so now then the next thing to do is to say, based upon what you know, do you know how many pantry ministry workers you're going to focus on? So like 5
Are you
per
saying
site, or
are you saying, so we have to get specific on number? Well, I guess it does say that, doesn't it?
Mhm. Yeah, so why I'm stopping you is that the discussion you're having around kind of what the pantry workers will do is not covered under this step.
Step,
Okay, right. What you want to cover in this step is the three things that we mentioned. Clear operational definition of what you mean by educate, clear what you mean by who is the target of the education, and then clearly if you have a number or something like that, you want to add to that.
So
And
can
so
we
it
do
doesn't
it
have
in
to be that
percentage?
complicated. I'm sorry.
So can we do percentages? Because we want to train, we want 100% of the food pantry ministry workers to be trained on the SWAP system.
You could do that. So in front of,
So we will inform 100% of the food pantry workers.
exactly. Of the
Food pantry workers to be able to implement the SWAP system.
Can I now use just SWAP because I've already defined my acronym earlier?
yes, you can.
Mhm.
Okay, so the other part is that you will put in the word successfully implement. And now you're adding
Okay.
another term, 2 terms. Successful means what to you? Implementation is clear, but successful means they will complete it. They will what?
I guess if it relates to the education piece, then they successful would be that they fully understand it enough to be able to implement it without additional assistance.
Okay, so then I would just put a subnote to that,
Okay.
just to say what we best successfully is.
And how do I write that like effectively where it's communicated as a subnote?
So here you would put it the same way you did before, which is just a note in all caps, colon, and then say that. So right at where you have your your cursor is I would just put notes, colon, and then just say what you just said.
Okay.
Okay, so the quick thing is, do you need the word fully here? Can you just say SWOT?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are you both satisfied with that definition of successful?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. So here's why I'm really getting this. So this is essentially you're done with this one. Okay. The target, because this is what it now it may look a little, convoluted, but when you write it out, it won't. Right. This is just to help you to note. So this is the exercise is that you have now documentation of what you've gone through with this. So now you've defined the key components of this one. Now do that. So now of educate. So the second one now is B colon, like you have just B half paren. Okay. Now your next word you want to define, which is you've highlighted, is going to be either effectively incorporate or effectively. I'm not sure, y'all, which one do y'all, how do you want to do that? Both words together or the words separately?
I say together
Yeah.
because it's a complete idea in
Okay,
my mind.
right. Okay, now effectively incorporate dash. Okay, so what do you mean by that?
Now I'm reading successfully. Isn't it the same as the definition we provided for successfully? Or am I, because I've looked at it so much, confusing myself?
Yeah, so as long as you've outlined, so no, that's a very good question. So I would suggest that as long as you've outlined what are the indicators you have for what you mean by successfully implement. So if effectively incorporate means successfully implement, do they have the same indicators? Are you looking at the same thing? Remember we talked about earlier quality, and yeah. I'm sorry, someone said something?
I'm sorry. I need to be on.
Okay, so what you're saying is that, so this is your call. So for effectively implement, are you suggesting that a successful completion of the training without assistance is one level measure of effectively incorporate? Others may be the other things that were mentioned earlier, which is the quality of the food, on the shelf. All the things that are indicators that they've carried this out to the level by which you are satisfied that they're demonstrating a level of change from where they started to where you need to go by 31 December of 2022.
Yeah, no, I think what you said, the second, like the successfully implement is level 1, like they know how to do it. And then level 2 that goes into effectively incorporate, or based on what we spoke about earlier, then there has to be, they can be trained about it, but if they don't act on it, then that's not successful implementation. There needs to be a next step.
Right. Okay. So that we have more than one type of indicator. You have program indicator, which is to successfully implement, and then you have process indicators, which are these other bits that you're talking about. Okay.
Right.
All right. So y'all would decide. Here is where you would. So I would just say, because of time, we're just going to have to just shorthand this and just say, if Earth Incorporate means utilizing program indicators, and process indicators to be defined. Okay. So I'm sorry to cut to the chase, but I think we're running out, because I want to at least touch base on number 4 before we take our break. All right. Okay. So let's just leave it at that and go to number 4. All right, then. So again, I would just say normally what you would do here is you would cut and paste everything that you have. Yeah, you would move everything that you have here down to the first column. Okay, and then you would hit your, and then now you would start, get again, I don't know why your stuff keeps centering, but it keeps centering. All right, so now you would hit your enter part here. Okay, and then you would take you would say A, indicators A, colon, indicators for A are. Okay.
Is that correct? Or
Yeah, indicators for A, for
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, are. And then you would name what's the ones you're talking about. So this is going to be a program indicator for educate. So what you mean by educate to inform. So your indicator of that is going to be, how you define that or how you measure that. So so what I would just say is that the indicator for this one, in terms of educate to inform, the ministry's successful program would be one of their indicator for program would be an outcome indicator here. So you have a program indicator, which is you have two of them. One of them is going to be participating in the training, which is the informed training. That's your first one. And so you'd have one before participating, you would have, one in double parens. No. After R. After R, yeah, right there. Yeah,
the number
double.
one or the account one?
Yeah. Hang on, double paren.
Okay.
No, double paren. So that means it's encased in.
Oh, okay. So brackets. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
brackets. I'm sorry. Okay, brackets. I'm sorry. I will use another way to say
No,
this.
that's
Brackets.
okay. I can understand what you mean now.
Okay, so brackets. Okay, brackets. So your first indicator is participating in the informed, in the informed training. That's your first indicator. And so to do that. And your second indicator, here would be, if they participated, yes or no, and then did they successfully complete it, yes or no. All right. So you would just say, completed successfully, complete, the informed training. And both of these simple measure is going to be like y slash n. So that's the suggested measure is y/n, yes or no. So to be 1 or 2. So 1 is yes, 2 is no, or 1 is yes, 0 is no. All right. So that's your indicator for A. Now you have an indicator for B.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. Okay. R. And then indicator for B would of course be all the stuff that you want to put together under. In fact, this is where you would then go into the quality question. You go into other these sub indicators that you mentioned before. Does that make sense to y'all?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And this is where you would need to have a discussion. So that one of them is going to be measuring, going to have a process measure, of quality, change in the quality of food on the shelf between, program implementation to between January 1 January and 31 December, wherever way you want it, whatever way you start with them. So like wherever so from start of their participation to enter the participation, that's probably the better way to state it. Is start the participation. Does that make sense? Okay, because the different programs are going to start at different times. So I would go ahead.
Dr. Telfair, where would we address or where would we mention the training of the participants? Is that in, would that go under the target and it would just be a subset of the target? Not a subset, it's hard for me to see the screen. Where is for A, target A, we already, so would it go under A? We'd have A workers and would it be workers and participants?
Okay.
Or go ahead.
Yeah, no, my question is that, so what you all are telling me so far, unless I misunderstood the way you presented this, is that, and the way Ms. Hallam has clarified, you all are not going to put your hands, or touch, you have almost low or no touch of participants. Exactly. The participants are going to be touched by the workers.
Okay.
Right. So that means that under B, would be one of your indicators. Did they engage in a program? Did they do participant education, yes or no? All right, you can measure that. You can put that under B, because that could be one of your indicators of them. One of your program.
Okay.
Remember, you can have program and
Okay.
process indicators. So one of your indicators for them would be, did they or did they not do education of their participants, right?
Okay.
All right, and then the other stuff is going to be added onto this. The rest of it you all will work out. If we had time, we would spend more time, but unfortunately, we're going to have to.
Right.
We only have a couple
Okay.
more minutes on this.
That satisfies my question.
Okay, then. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna stop it there with that group and see. Given that there was a lot, we have some minutes left. Does anybody on the call have questions? The way we walk through this, from the refining of step 1, step 2, the way we explored step 3, and the way we started to explore step 4. Yes, Miss Hoskins. Miss Michelle. Ma'am, your hand is up. Oh, okay then, Miss Rain, your hand is up. Miss Ashley Rain.
It's not showing that on my screen.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I saw that. Maybe it was me. Okay.
I'm not showing it. Ashley's got her hand up for Michelle. I don't know why it's showing up on your end.
I think because my mouse moved.
Okay, got it.
And it showed my mouse now is, for whatever reason, decided to be a hand instead of a mouse.
Okay.
Anybody?
I first want to thank Rhonda and for saying yes, being the first saying yes, and Ruby for getting, putting it out there and working through the process. For me, it was very helpful to see how that looks. And I think for me, another piece is just I know what I know about evaluation, and there's always more to know and understand and learn, especially from the lens of the participatory place of research. So that to me was hugely valuable. So anybody else want to weigh in?
I thought I saw Miss Fields. Was your hand up for a second, or did you put it down?
It was up for a second. I was giving them a hand clap. Yes, because I was
see.
in a group with them, sir. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
And I'll just echo what Liz Ann said. So Ruby and Rhonda, thanks so much for stepping into this space. I really appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Bullock, you have a comment?
Just again, not only do I also applaud Ruby and Rhonda, but your process really makes sense when you break it down and you take it one bite at a time. I guess the whole how do you eat an elephant thing, but you really do well this 8-step process. How the struggle with looking at number 2 was better defined when you went to step 3 to actually put those measures in place. So yeah, I learned a lot. I have pages of notes here as well for how to apply it from what we did last week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Telfair?
Yes, ma'am.
You said the United Nations Food Quality Measurement. Is that what you said?
I recall, I
Okay.
think Feeding America has a way to measure food quality, and so does the
Okay.
UN food program does it as well.
Okay. I
Theirs
just
is
wanted to look it up.
okay.
All right.
Yeah, theirs is more, the UN food program, don't forget, is a global program. So they may be
Right.
looking at it slightly different, but Feeding America is the one that's probably relevant, more relevant to that in what they do. Because they do a
Okay.
lot of research on this question. And I think our own program we have that y'all have, but we have in our own Savannah program,
Mm-hmm.
is a way to look at that, because they're part of Feeding America, if I remember correctly.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So if we don't have any questions, then we'll pause there for our 10-minute break. I'm sorry, I'm a little over what I had planned to, but let's plan to come back, in 10 minutes, which is a little, let's just say 11:30, maybe a little shorter than 10 minutes, 8, because we have so much to cover. But let's come back at 11:30, and then take a break, and then we'll start back up again. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. So see you at 11:30. So Ms. Rachel, Ms. Roberts, are we ready to get started again?
Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, Dr. Telfair, I'm ready. Rachel, you're good?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, all right. So we're going to go ahead and get started back. Just to remind people, we're going to go over I'm going to start the whole discussion around measures and where to go with this. And so I will, we'll start off with a discussion of monitoring, process monitoring. And then I'll start talking about measures. And so let me pull up the PowerPoint for that. See if I can share my screen. Okay.
We can see it.
Okay. But I want it. This is what I want. The PowerPoint. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. All right. So we can see the. Whoops.
Nope, it went away.
It did go away. All right. Well, let me try again.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. You can see it now. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to talk about is a couple of things. We're going to start off with this. So the rest of the session, actually, this last part of the session is going to be on sort of hands-on how to kind of approach. So let's talk about the two bits that we have left to talk about, which is process monitoring, to give you an idea. So process monitoring, if you look at this diagram, what you see here is that this is a traditional program evaluation approach, and it's what's called an encompassing or comprehensive model. It's very much built on the traditional way of looking at this. This is a Matish's way of looking at this. And the idea, though, is how do you incorporate evaluation and all the elements of evaluation into a way to look at programs. So if you look at the external side of this, where you have program design, implementation, and so forth, you start off with the improvement as where you want to go. You start off you do that. So what this means is that what Matish is saying is that consider these things, which is terms of what needs to be done. So what is the gap analysis you've done? What is the work that you've done? What has brought you to the point now where you need to consider how you might change the program? So what he's saying is that the way they're starting, because this is more of a business model, is they start on the idea of improvement or quality. And so they consider these types of elements that influence improvement. And then based upon what you decide, either through a strategic planning process or discussion process like we have done and so forth, what then you decide on how you're going to go about doing that, which is where the program design component comes in. And so the program design component comes in, and it asks is what kind of changes or modifications to the program or to what you have and you want to focus on, do you want to be done? If it's you're starting off with a program, what do you want to accomplish? If you have an existing program, what do you want to see? And so what he's saying is that, however, there is a participatory component to this. And this participatory component is saying, what are donors' intent? What are staff backgrounds, political environment? Which you can also add to Matisha's thing is what we discussed when Ms. Barlow and Ms. Harlem and I were talking, which is the constituencies, which are the participants, if you will, to this part. So all of these have some level of input into the design itself. And of course, then you have implementation of the program, which is basically delivering the program, and then results. And results are looked at through two processes. One is producing the results, which is your data gathering, your data, that part of it. And then the other part is monitoring the results. In other words, looking at measuring and evaluating them, and then making decisions about what needs to be done next, which leads you back to the process of improvement and so on and so forth. So what this is saying is that there is a cycle, ongoing cycle that is iterative. It builds on itself. And it takes all kinds of shapes. If you are like PDSA model, other types of models, but also for evaluation and monitoring, it suggests that in and of itself, it's not a one-off unless you want to do a summative or outcome evaluation. It is an ongoing process that requires you to consider all the points along the way. So monitoring, as we said before, is different than evaluation. What monitoring suggests to you is that what you're trying to do is essentially look at the system that's there and then leads to the eventual evaluation. But monitoring identifies program objectives and are they being carried out, goals and objectives carried out they should, and then from what you are basing that, or do you have a way to measure or to say, yes, it's being carried out the way we said, our targets are being met, and so on and so forth. Now, monitoring is ways is your side is necessary. So what your level of success, the way you weight success in a monitoring system is based upon how you've operationally defined the terms, how you pull your goals and objectives together, particularly the indicators you're trying to measure, and so forth. It also requires that you have a data collection plan that is clearly linked to your objectives, to your activities, to your indicators, to the data source, and then how you want to assess it. So again, I will repeat that. It's linked to your objectives. It links to the activities linked to the objectives, your indicators, your data, and then how you want to assess and use that. And then the achievement scores, which is what I'm going to show you in a second based on the tool, is the achievement means how well you have accomplished or come to or achieved, or in other words, what you have done. Those are determined based upon whatever way you want to measure those, whether you want to measure them weekly, daily, quarterly, biannually, annually, and so forth. That is your call. That is the decision that you make as part of your monitoring systems. Now, how do you want to get started with this? So monitoring, again, you don't need an intervention to monitor a program. So intervention would be, say, a training, or an education, or some other thing. All you're doing is looking at the program as a whole and answering the programmatic questions and some of the outcome questions, whether or not where things are carried out the way you should. So the objectives of a specific aim, for example, which consists of a performance measure, which I'll show you in a second, a target, which we've discussed, and then the foundations of the program itself all or incorporate that. You start with an aim linked or a goal linked or an objective linked objective. Now, fully developed, measurable objectives correspond with the evaluation objectives or the monitoring that you have, or questions that you want to look at in terms of performance. In other words, what does the program do? What has the program accomplished? What can it accomplish? What has it accomplished? And then where you want to go with that. And then each of them should be explicit to a date, to a target, and we'll show you that in the next slide. And then clearly the other bit of this is that the objectives clearly are precisely stated. So that means the next challenge that you really have is developing a system that will allow you to easily monitor the work that you're trying to do. So here's an example. here of a way to look at this. So I'm giving you multiple examples. So say you're looking at a village or a town, and that what you want to say is the percentage of adults in that village or town by gender and age within a normal range of, say, a BMI. Meet their BMI. And so your target is you want to see a 77% increase over baseline, which is 80%. So that means 87% of those in that village by both gender and age will meet your target for the BMI that you're trying to get at, and or meet your target for whatever measures you want to use, whether it's BMI, whether it's, in the case of that Ms. Barlow and Ms. Harlem are looking at, which is the correct utilization of that nutrition program, faith-based nutrition program you want to have, and that the target of the number of people based on gender or based on age, you want to be able to look at that, and you want to see a 7% increase based on whatever measure you've used for these two indicators, gender and age. The other part is that the amount of time you spend collecting samples per week by whatever persons are doing that, by your program assistant, your evaluation assistants, or so forth. And then your target is you want to have them spend 4 hours per week collecting data from, say, the sites, these faith-based sites, and what it is that you have the instruments that you've developed, the tools you've developed, and so forth, you're going to use there. And then, for example, here, where we have village, or you can use town, you can use site, have a number of adults, who are shuttled to and from the city for the purpose of gathering data. It could be, the number of adults that you now see that needed assistance to participate in the food program, and you target the number, say you want to have at least 10 persons, per day, then are you meeting that target of 10 today? But in this case, it would be those in the village who are shuttled to and from the program for data gathering purposes, and what you have here is you have 30 adults sampled at the 80% level, which is allocated per day. So 80% of your target, which is of your 7% people, will meet that target. All right. So that means that the majority of these people, say 5, at least that of this group, you have 7% increase over baseline of 80%, but here you have 80%, 30 adults, who are sampled at 80% of your target, and if you did it the full amount of this would say that your target is probably around 50 adults you want to participate, and this will be per month for the period. So again, this is just a sample table of how you could lay this out. And if you go back to what I said before, which is that what this shows you is explicit, the precision that which you have the target, you have the time frame, you have the amount, and so forth. So it's taking what we talked about in terms of objectives and then laying it out in a performance structure that allows you then to look at this and to lay this out. Now, focusing on developing a monitoring system. So there's a couple of things to keep in mind. The first is that the information for the monitoring systems, which shows the objectives you have, need to make sure that you're very clear about, which is why the 8 steps process comes before you sit down and you put together your monitoring system. And then you have to make a decision about whether or not the amount of work you want to do, which is the things that this group and who were bravely went first, we're struggling with, which is the level of intensity of involvement. And I think the other part, I think the question, the term that I think Ms. Hallam used was nitty gritty. How much of that do you want to really intensively use? So if you want to also make a decision about if the process falls short on some objectives and not on others, what would require you to trigger in-depth decision making? In other words, and if you see some of your targets are not being met, and you want to ask yourself, how much do we need to pay attention to that? That's the first part. The second part is that you really should set the system up in such a way that allows you to think through, when should we make decisions, and how should we make decisions, and what kind of information do we have to make decisions? So the table on the side to come shows the components of a monitoring system. So the first 2 columns themselves will be identical to the previous slide, which is the performance measure of the targets. The remaining columns gives you an idea of what the system would look like if you build on these objectives. All right, so this is an expanded view. So many of you may say that this looks kind of like what you would have in a, you know, beginnings of a different model. I'll have you, there's a tool that I'm going to show you, by the way, on how to put all this together and how you could use this. There's a slide I'm going to show you in a second. I'm going to leave this one and then go to that one to show you examples of this. But I just want to give you a sense. So if you look at the first two columns are exactly what we had before, the BMI measure for this. So this is what was drawn from this project was one of the projects that we participated in, and when we were working in South Asia, we were doing a nutrition intervention program, and our job, my team's job, was to create a monitoring and evaluation system for a research intensive program around increasing nutrition for them. And then one of the measures that was there was BMI. So what we said is that the percentage of over baseline would be within normal range. And so the results at the end of year one, which is what the target based on that intervention was 1.57, which means that what here is that they met the baseline plus. So not only did they meet the baseline, but they almost doubled the number of persons. So instead of a 7% increase, they had almost nearly 14% increase over time. And then the achievement score itself was there. The other part of that is, again, if you take the same measure, which is the progress being made over the time frame of the progress, which is the number of adults sampled of the study, which the target was 80%, and you had 24. That was what you had here, 24 over 30, and that will give you then what the range of it is, whether you met it or you didn't. And then the last one was the number of hours, and we said the denominator was 4 hours here, and the number of hours actually spent was 3.2 hours. That means that we came close but did not meet the target. So what you have is a way in this column of measuring your targets to determine, you know, how well or you didn't. So the first one, I'm sorry, I misstated this one. It's backwards what I said, but let me just clarify. So what we're saying here is that your percentage, which was your denominator of 7%, was what you were shooting for. What you actually achieved at the end of year one was almost 2. So that means that you had a achievement score of 0.5. So you didn't achieve what you intended. You got only a quarter of what you intended. Here you got 80% of what you intended, and here you got 80% of what you intended. So none of these scores was a 1, which is what you want to have. It's 1. And none of these said that they actually achieved at the end of the first year what the target is. These two came close. This two was just very far away. So now taking this as a whole meant that if you look at the monitoring system, you know, at the end of year one, it could be year 1, it could be week 1, it could be month 1, and so forth. What you want to be able to do is from your perspective, do you need to make a decision about changes that will allow you to increase this number here, which is increase that. So are there things you need to do in terms of by gender and by age to help the adults that you're intervening with reach the within normal range BMI? That's one question. The other question, which has more to do with what the science suggests, is that are you measuring this correctly? Is BMI an accurate measure actually of what it is that it's in this village, given the composition of the person itself? BMI may be the wrong measure. That's the other decision you might make. So you might make a decision to double down on measuring BMI or to consider whether BMI is actually a good measure. Either one of those is a decision that you and your team need to make. So because this score is telling you something's not working and we need to work on that. Now for the other two, it just says that stuff is working, but you might need to just work a little harder to get more participants to take advantage of the shuttle, to take them to get the information selected, or to work with your persons who are collecting data to spend more time collecting data. So this simple graphic is a way of laying out ways that you could use monitoring to help you make decisions about the progress that you're making. So let me stop there for a second before I go show you a little bit more of this. Well, let me show you this first and then stop. So the way that we've measured this, and I've explained it a little bit, is the first step is the monitoring system is to reflect the progress towards achievement of your objectives. And then you want to achieve 100 or 1.1, right? So you want to have this where the numerator and the denominator are the same, you know, or more. So it could be, for example, if this was 7, this would be 1. If this was 8, this would be 1 plus 1.25, and so on and so forth. So that's what you want to look at and see. And then based upon that, you want to be able to make a decision. For example, is a score of 0.99, you know, of lower significance for performance, or is it 1.1 exceeds what you want? What this says is that using the formula, this is a way of making a decision based upon your progress for your program itself. And so what you're looking at is the actual value and then the target value. And this is why it's important in the 8 steps that you're very clear about what your target value is going to be, or your target persons are going to be. And that this here, where we said, lines up with the definitions and the way that you're going to measure that. All right, so before I start talking about data collection plan, let me pause there for a second and see do we have any questions about how you put together that performance structure, table, matrix kind of deal.
I have a question again regarding the target value.
Okay.
I know that's one we had the last time. I still don't completely understand that. Are we saying your confidence level, or can you explain that in a way, give us an example so that I can wrap my brain around it?
Yeah. So for example, if like, for example, level of participation, so let's just take the program that Ms. Barlow and Ms. Hallam said. So they are saying that they want to increase the level of active participants from 3 to 6. All right. And so they're going to use over a 1-year period. All right. So that means that they expect that their numerator, which is the number they're shooting for, their target 6, is going to be the same as the denominator. Denominator is the target 6, right? So the numerator that's collected on 31 December should be the same as the denominator. So there should be 6 over 6. So if it's 6 over 6, then it's a 1. If it's anything less than that, then it's going to be less of that. So for example, if it's 3 over 6, that would be 0.5. You know, if it's 4 over 6, that'll be 0.7 and so forth. So what you're trying to get at is you're trying to achieve a performance measure of 1 as close as you can. Now, that's one consideration. The other consideration relevant is the decision making you need to make. So for example, what if they broke their measurements into quarters? And so they're looking at each quarter, they'll do the numerator denominator assessment. And then they will look and see how close or how far away from their target, which is 6 at the end of the year, are they, say, if they started in January, what do they look like in June? Do they have 3 in June, or do they have far less, or do they have more in June? Have they achieved their target? Then they can make a decision about how much more effort or less effort they need to put into getting people to be actively participating in the program. And then remember now, they're talking about measuring this not as a single measure, but using multiple measures to get at that. So let
me throw this at you, and I think I might have it. Okay, my project is based on time in terms of being able to actually accomplish each one of those objectives. So let's say, for example, if I say that we want to complete this project by 2025, and this is 2022. My value measure is, where am I on that timeline? So at this point in time, my timeline is, I started this in 2017. So if I look at the number of years from 17 to 25 is 7, I believe. So my timeline would be, for example, 4. That I'm at a 4 level right now. Does that make sense?
No, I'm sorry. So yours is a different type of program, okay? Because you're not looking like they are. They're looking at participants in terms of either institutions or persons. You're looking at progress over building a program. Okay, so that's a different way to look at it. So progress of building a program means that you have to put together a list, of what it is that, what are the steps or what are the accomplishments you need to make. So let's just take your program. So you first of all is getting your donors together, right? So you could say on some level, or do you have level of satisfaction of donors on a scale of 1 to 10? You have that. So there would be yes or no, do I have achieved that? And then you would have that as your way of measuring performance, whether you've achieved that or not, whether you've reached that. So you could scale, the number of donors. So you say you want 10 donors in your first year. That would be the way you look at that. Then in your second year, because you are working on building collaboration, you have a qualitative measure there. And so you have level of consensus, across that, whether or not you've achieved level of participation that you have, whether you quantify it, qualify that. So you're looking at progress as it relates to building a different type of program. So you're going to have to use more than one type of measure, both qualitative and quantitative. You have to decide on that. A lot of your first a couple years are going to be qualitative measures, getting people together, getting to agree, getting, them to agree on projects, on contracts, on, program, all those kinds of things. So it's a different type of program. So my suggestion for you would be that your performance measures be those that are based qualitatively. And we'll go over that in a minute, but that's what we're looking at. So you shouldn't think quantitative per se. That's quantitative is that you have what's called a multifactorial. So more than a multi-level or multi-measure type of thing, where you're looking at both quantitative and qualitative. So for you, it's going to be that type of assessment as compared to what Ms. Barlow and Ms. Harlem have. They can quantify most of what they're looking for because they're shooting for, number of persons, number of institutions, and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, right. It'll take a little bit more work, Mr. Barlow, with yours, but it's very doable. We would just have to map it out, though. Okay. All right. I think somebody had something in the chat. Hang on, please. Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Turner. All right, he left already. All right, good. Okay. Anybody else before we move on to the next part? Thank you for your question, Mr. Barlow. All right, then. So let me go back to where it was. Okay, so developing a monitoring plan. So what's it? So the first columns I showed you is the initial plan itself, and then what you want to be able to do is create an operational system for that plan. And so the suggestion here is to think about what data items, what sources of data, what source of information you want to use to construct your measures. Just like what we just said with Mr. Barlow, you're going to have two types of data: qualitative data and quantitative data. And so make a list, decide on what it's going to be, and then the step, what you want to do is make sure that you carry that out. Because as I said here, you don't want to miss that step, because it's really far too common, to have either too little or too much. And so you want to be as close as you can to what you need, or what you think you would need as well. Don't over, plan. So the interpretation of results, which is a key point here, which a lot of times is a challenge, and I admit that, is that's going to have to be a consensus model. The whole there's a saying that's really important to keep in mind, that everything that can be counted does not always count. So just because you can count it doesn't always mean that it means something. All these things. So counting is critically important in decision making. However, there may be more to it than that. So interpretation is the other bit you got to keep in mind. So interpretation requires that you make some kind of adjustments or some kind of way of how you're going to base what it is that you're trying to get done. So there's the end of session questions. And so what I'm going to do is take a moment and share with you another screen. I think I have it. I think I pulled it up. Yeah. So here is a screen on performance measures. Can everyone see this one? Just give me a high sign. Yeah, performance measures, great. Okay, so in your handout, you have this as a handout, by the way. So writing performance standards. This is just kind of walks you through it. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on it because of time, but what it
Dr. Telfair, my apologies for interrupting.
Sure.
Rachel and I just got notified that they're, for some reason, having to reset the server at the office. I'm working from home because of the technology problems we had last time.
Okay.
So I hope it'll stay on. So if for some reason at 12:15 or 12:30, whenever they do this, if we get kicked off, just give us a couple of minutes and then we'll come back. I'll log in again and start it from my home. We think we've got it covered. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that if we get kicked off for some reason, that's why, and we'll get it right back up again.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
No problem. Just the ongoing challenges of online teaching and training.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Then I will try to do my best to do this. So anyway, writing performance standards. You have this handout for everyone. So if you would pull it up, then I'm just going to go through it very briefly for you. And it should cover that. So you have that. So the next part of it shows you how important it is. And this is focusing, say, on outcome objectives of what you need to accomplish. And it's very straightforward in terms of how much, how many, and then by when. So what it's focusing on is that the outcome objective, which is what do you want to accomplish? So that what do you want to change? What do you want to see a difference in? Is something you want to accomplish by your target by a certain date. Performance measure answers the questions, how much change do you actually want to see? So the outcome is how much change that you observed. Performance measure and performance standard is how much of the change you would like to target to see. In other words, then how much change will be achieved by how many participants and by when. So that's what it is. So how much change, how much by how many and by when. So how much, how many, and by when. All right, then. So your standard is a relative criteria of success, or or absolute one. So in other words, then, so when we go back to the work that Ms. Barlow and Ms. Harlem was talking about, their question would be, what is the standard criteria for, say, let's just take the quality measure that Mr. Bullock brought up earlier. Then there would be then success to see change, which is that the change in the percentage per se of the number of green related products on the shelf or in the program compared to the non-green ones. And then the criteria of success is that you would see that percentage change, and then at the end of the 31 December would be the absolute change. So based on performance, so that means that the training and the interventions and the work you're doing with achieving are for success, which is the thing that you all are talking about, which is successfully complete or successfully implement, then success is going to be based upon this criteria that you have now defined based upon a change one and then a absolute one in terms of outcomes. So an example then, so relative performance standards. So 60% of children, which answers the question of how many, who complete the residential program, which is the when, will do that, will master 75%, which is how much, of the independent living skills. So in other words, then you already know that the master, which is they're going to do this. So this is an example of a performance standard, which is that it has everything that, so it's going to be how many children, when they're going to accomplish this thing, how much they're going to accomplish, and then what it is that they're going to accomplish. And then another absolute standard, which is at the end of the day, you know, it's a similar, very, very similar relative to the program, which is relative difference, and then absolute at the end of the day. So this is how they're accomplishing is you are, and this is at when the program is over. So this is the outcome evaluation assessment, which is not, again, how many, and then how much, and then within how many days. All right, so it'll give you that change. So relative criteria, let's look at outcome objective. So an outcome objective, for example, here would be to reduce the level of stress that these seniors involved in a share a home project, say in 1990. And then the performance standards will be that 60% of these seniors, you know, will show at least a 50% from baseline of stress reduction by the end of the project period on that one. Okay. The other thing would be, let's say, an absolute criteria, which is the same measure, which is the outcome objective, but the standard itself is going to be slightly different. So here they're going to have 50% by the end of the day, but this one here is absolute measures on a stress scale. They'll be able to show 20 points difference in the stress scale by the end of that calendar year. And again, we want to look at this. So let's look at, you know, the a sample outcome objective, which is the top one. And then in a reworking of this, which is what we were trying to do, say with Ms. Barlow and Ms. Holland, which is to rework it such that it really better reflects what she's trying to do. So the first one, it just says they're going to do a 50% rate in teen mothers who are provided case management, you know, by this time frame. The other one is that it reduced the number of dropouts for teen mothers provided by case management in that year. So this is kind of really what you want to do, that where the case management has a purpose here. The purpose is to reduce dropout of these teen moms. And that's what you want to really accomplish. The other one is just a broad or statement, but this one is much more precise, which is the absolute statement. And you can avoid mixing the outcomes. So that is in a nutshell, writing performance standards, giving you some examples and working with that. And this is in a handout, one of the handouts that you have. So any questions related to that handout and performance measures?
Dr. Telfair, I was like, thinking that could be one whole day.
Yeah, I know. My apologies. It's
nothing to apologize about. I just am like thinking ahead for the next time we do this, that might be a breakout session just on its own, because there's a lot of meat there.
There is.
And so, anyway, I'll be quiet now.
No, that's okay. No, you're absolutely right. So let me just show you this on the PowerPoint. I think we're there. Yeah. So let me just show you this. So you're absolutely right, Ms. Roberts, that it could be a thing in and of itself, and it may be something to consider on this one. So let me just show you another way of looking at performance measurement. So, and this I admit this is a whole day, but we're running out of time, and so I'm going to have to kind of shortcut this. The assessment, you know, of a performance measurement, what you're really looking at in terms of performance measurement is that you're really looking at a couple different things here. What you're really trying to measure in performance measurement is you're asking the question, how well, you know, does a program work? It's a simple question, but it has all kinds of terminology that we link to the way our assessment or idea of how a program works. And the other part of it is that is the program performing or carrying out what it is that we really think the program should be in the way that we think it is performing or carrying out what we need. So going back to what Ms. Barlow and Ms. Harlem said, here are terms that they actually used, which is assessment of efficiency, quality, and effectiveness. And so each one of these terms, efficiency, quality, and effectiveness, they're not the same. And they would be operationally defined, which they using the ways we talked about, how you operationally define a term, either using existing definitions or ones that fit your program or you have. efficiency, for example, has less to do with the intervention in terms of those who are recipients of the intervention as opposed to those who are carrying the intervention out. In other words, efficiency would be applied to the work that Ms. Barlow and Ms. Harlem are doing. Effectiveness, would be applied to both groups, to effectiveness in terms of, do people understand and use as you wish they would what you're trying to get at them, and then is it being carried out that way? The quality of the program, is the assessment of how things were done, and in what you're saying. So performance measurement in and of itself requires that you take into account different elements of the way work is being done, the way work is being assessed, and then how you look at and make decisions about the outcomes. That's a lot, but in a nutshell, that is. And if we had time, we could walk through each of those and unpack all of that. Needless to say, performance is related to these things: outputs of the program, the quality inputs, what goes into it, how well that they are. In other words, then for example, if you're doing an education program, are the materials that you're using for the education program themselves, are they highly rated, or are they just very simplistic and really do not have the thing? Are the outcomes based upon both the delivery of the education as well as the way that the education is received and used? Those are outcomes that you would measure that. Cost efficiency, given the resources that you have, be it financial, be it personnel, or other types of resources, are you using them in the way that is the best use? Because that's what efficiency is looking at. Efficiency is by some means a measure of quality, but at the same time, it is answering the question, is it the best way that you have? So given what you have, are you maximizing what it is that's there? And then effectiveness is going to be related to outcomes. So that means that the amount of resources you put into it, are you going to see on the other end? And we all know from the work we do in communities that the better we are able to utilize what we have and committed to utilize what we have, the better we're going to see the outcomes related to that. And this goes back to something that Ms. Barlow was vexing about, the intent, which is clearly a part of this, and the philosophy behind the intent does have to be taken into account if you're doing participatory type of work here. And that means that it's a qualitative and a quantitative assessment. So effectiveness and efficiency are both judgments and measures. So let me repeat that. Efficiency and effectiveness are both judgments and measures. They're judgments because there's a consensus that needs to be had that the programs were carried out at a high level or in a way that you intend. And then measures is that you could use a number of measures like rating scales and other things to measure efficiency. Effectiveness are the outcomes what you expected, either intermittent outcomes or ultimate impact. Is that what you expected? And again, those could be measured using tools that are linked to your program, linked to other ways to look at this, or even derived from other sources. Like, for example, Feeding America using their tool related to quality of food. All right, so then your other vexing question on performance measurement is how much, what the quality is, how many, and then the service completions, and then how you want to look at this. You want to look at this as intermediately or have final outcomes. So again, those are a combination of qualitative and quantitative. So performance data and information only is the works you want to have in terms of these measures, but you also want to look at this. Oh, I went backwards, sorry about that. Okay, so let me just talk a little bit about this. So when we are talking about building the information you want to have, we should focus on practice-based evidence. And you've heard of evidence-based, you heard of that. So practice-based evidence and evidence-based practice, we're going to talk about that for a minute, because most of you work in settings, either social or health settings, where those who do the work rely on best practices or other types of proven steps and efforts that have been made. So as evaluators or decision makers, particularly as decision makers, you and leadership decision makers, you build our relationship with participants, and practitioners, other service and other stakeholders. Because what you want to do is you want to discover relevant questions. You want to really get a sense, of the thinking that went into what they do, that they gathered, the stuff that they've used, how they've used it. And then you want to take that information and you want to analyze it, interpret it, and then report it in such a way that you are maximizing that kind of information. This is a participatory way. Information that you have is in line with expected outcomes that in and of themselves parallel what is common use methodology. Now, what I'm saying also is that this guides you through care, treatment, other decisions you have. A lot of what we have is that we do have standards of practice. That's part of what the work we do. We have standards of practice across the board. You have them in your community-based work you do. You have them because your donors and funders have them. We have them in education and so forth. We have all those things. The challenge of it is application, is how do we apply those? How do we know that? How do we make decisions about what to use and when, and how we apply those? Some of that is standardized, that says that what a program should look like. And you remember we talked about in the grant writing that there are sort of expected types of information, expected ways that you would document what it is you're trying to do. But then we also know as practitioners, there are times where you have to make a judgment call between what is the best practice at that point in time for that particular situation. So part of the program and part of what you're trying to measure and keep track of is what are you learning as you go along, and how does that fit? How does that fit with what it is you intended to do, and how does that fit with what you actually end up doing? Okay, so practice-based evidence then it allows you to intermittently assess both the commonality between what you intended to do and what you actually did, and then how you also move forward. How do you take that information and then move forward? So here is an example of a basic structure, and I'm going to show you this a minute in another slide. So here's a way of looking at this that I thought would be a really good example. So let's just take, the inputs. You have a program. Let's just say you have this program, this faith-based food pantry program that they have, and so you have inputs. You have the persons, the stakeholders, the staff resources, the funding, and all that stuff. You have that here. And then you have what is being done based on the training, the education, both for the program people like Ms. Barlow and Ms. Hallam, and then the persons who are the people they're training, which is a train the trainer kind of thing, or train the program workers, which is what they define. So that's activity. So these are the tasks they're going to perform, which is here at utilization. And then they take that information and they transform it in such a way that the transformation itself is actually the process that is carrying this out. And then that means that they're going to have these outcomes or these inputs. So on that one. Now, the consideration that a lot of times gets lost in discussion is the actual environment in which this is taking place. And sometimes the environment is drawn in such a way that these lines are like solid lines. My recommendation to you is that the basic structure of evidence building and a participatory approach is that these are semi-permeable, which means that they're ever changing, that they're inputs from social, inputs from what you've learned, the inputs from other areas that influences each one of these steps along the way. So you are basically carrying out a standard of practice, which is what this is, but at the same time, you have flexibility that allows you to understand that there are influences on those standards of practice that you also need to take into account. So in other words, if you're going to do you're going to do this program or this effort, then you have to engage in a process where evidence building is also part of your decision making. So the next thing to consider in this performance measurement is this thing called evidence-based decision making. What is that? Well, what that is that it's a process for making decisions about a program, a practice, a policy, or whatever it is you're doing, based upon the best available evidence as it exists and the evidence that's informed by the experiences that you have. So that's where practice-based part of it comes in, because standard of practice says best available evidence. Well, that's what you use to design a program. In other words, then you want to do a food-based program. So you go to literature, you go to other people, and you structure your program around what they tell you. Then you also then carry the program out. Or you base the program on that. You make on your decision. You carry the program out, which is your experiential evidence. These are things you're learning or learned along the way. And then you make a decision about, after you examine it or monitor the program or whatever you're going to do you make adjustments to the program? And so this is kind of where that goes. So my colleague, Dr. Betty Appertang here at Georgia Southern, does a lot of this work because she does a lot of work working with programs, working with institutions, particularly hospitals and clinics. But basically what you are doing is you're leaving room for like 80%, 90% of what you have is already written in terms of standards of practice, but you leave room for that 10 to 20% that allows you to make adjustments as you learn and as you modify. And you also allow yourself room for that types of measurements, because reality is, in the way that we work in community-based programs, we can't predict everything. You have to leave wiggle room that allows you then to make adjustments. So let's just say, Mr. Barlow's senior program, he's put together the program, he's gotten the donors, he has a vision of where things are going to go. Best practices says, here are the steps you need to do. Here's how you need to build a program over your 5-year period. However, over time, stuff changes. The environment changes, the donors change, the place in terms of the intent change. Mr. Barlow himself learns more, thinks about other ways he's going to do this, those change. And so if you lay out a 5-year program, all I'm saying is that all we're saying here in evidence-based decision making is that you grow your evidence, it becomes cumulative, and that you use that information to inform the next decisions, but you leave room for those decisions. So you can have 2 levels of measurement. One is measuring decisions as they were decided and as they put together. And the next level of measurement is going to be as things progress. What do you do? I'll let that sink in for a second.
Dr. Telfair?
Yes.
If I could add something here, just so folks know, on the CGIC website, there is a place under the resources tab that says promising practices. And it's another way to Google. So you can Google what you're looking for to find other projects that are going on. But there are, underneath that resource tab, there's a section called promising practices. And those are evidence-based projects that are going on across the country that are relative. You can type in a search word and it'll pull up everything about food, for instance. So I just wanted to point to that as a resource that's relative to what we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Roberts. And if I could sort of add a fine point to that, one of the things that it's really critical is that there is a process, and maybe Ms. Roberts will add that to her site on evidence building. There's a whole evidence building pyramid. There's an evidence building pyramid that you might want to look at in terms of that. And that's how a lot of these programs there, because there are programs that, goes from, great idea, which is promising practice, to best practices, to evidence practice. And then the programs are going to be based upon, probably come out of that process. And that's what you see on the site. If I could add that, Ms. Roberts.
Yes, you can actually filter by good idea effective practice or evidence-based practice and rank them accordingly. And it also will allow you to filter by the primary target audience and so forth, and determine the geographic type, whether it's urban, rural, or uncategorized. So it does allow some a finer point to be put on that particular piece.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. And feel free if people have questions as we go. Okay, I see a question in the chat. Oh, someone is asking you, Ms. Roberts, could you put that? Okay, all right. Okay, so the next thing in terms of the second part of practice-based decision-making is that why is it important to our discussion related to monitoring and evaluation? Well, it's important because what it allows you to do, which is the point that was just made, is that you improve the care processes that you are engaged in. It allows you to improve your client outcomes that you are working on. It helps you to make decisions related to the organization that can lead to both improve efficiency and effectiveness, as we've discussed, and the overall improvement of the performance of the organization itself. So here's another way of looking at that in terms of the evidence-based decision-making. And here's an example. Here's a way to kind of look at that, the 5s of the cycle. And this is something that my colleague shared with me, and it's evidence-based practice. So first of all, you ask about the thing, which is the promise. You acquire the information, you appraise or assess the information, you apply it, and then you analyze it once again. So what you have then is that, so you formulate your clinical question or your question, you search the literature, other places, other persons, both literature and persons, and practitioners and other people for evidence that shows you what the program is. You acquire that information here, then you appraise it, the evidence, you make a decision. Is this useful to what I want to do or not useful to what I want to do or what my needs are? And then you apply the evidence to the practice that you have. Okay. And then you're evaluating the use of it. That's your long term. You analyze it, you make a decision, and then you go back to the very beginning and focus on that. So this is a cycle of evidence-based practice. Another way, the pyramid is one way, but another way to do this, particularly in monitoring and evaluation, is this work itself. So let me illustrate with a few example lies on this one. So example lies is a blending of both example and exercise. So that's, if you're wondering, did I misspell this or not? But it's on that one. So consider the following, right? A local health department faces significant budget cuts. As a result, the leadership would like to reduce and restructure services. So several options are on the table, and all may have significant negative repercussions for public health. They also may have to lay off staff or cut services, including that. So how can we use evidence-based, practice framework to be used to optimize the outcomes of this program? And given what we had before, which is here, the 5 cycle of evidence-based, how would you apply that to this case scenario? Anybody want to volunteer a guess? Any step of the way? You don't have to do everything, but I just thought a quick thing to sort of ground you in this would be good. No? Okay.
Okay, so, all right, somebody's got to have be brave, folks, be brave.
Some of y'all, particularly y'all who, this is not, should not be hypothetical for y'all, particularly in our day and time.
Dr. Telfair, are you asking the question that's on the screen?
Yes, I'm asking the questions on the screen. Anybody can take a shot at it. I actually don't have a comment beyond just tell me how you would apply this. All I'm asking is that how would this be applied? All of these things are relevant and how would you apply it? Anybody? From your experience?
This is Thomas. I don't have particular experience here, but I would think that you're looking at what impact this would make on the services. As you were saying earlier, that when you're looking at performance, there's a performance standard of what you want to achieve. Now, if you change, as in that question, decision making, how does it affect that in the outcome?
Right.
That's best I can do.
Okay, no problem. So what we have is that you walking you through this. So we're asking, what questions would you ask if this is the scenario? What information would you inquire, given this is the reality? And then you would have to make a decision, appraise that information based upon the two sources, questions you've asked or ever asked, your constituents asked, so forth, the information you've been able to gather, whatever the source may be. How would you appraise that information? In other words, how would you make sense of it? How would you plan for it? And then how would you apply the use of it? And then based on what your application is and how you applied it, then as Mr. Bullock said, how would you then analyze your performance, the outcomes related to that? And then how would that circle back? So that's kind of what we're looking at, ma'am, Ms. Roberts.
Like, just let's all weigh in on this. So one of the things would be health departments are required to do certain tasks, right? There's WIC, there are immunizations, there are those kinds of pieces that a typical health department would be required on some level to have a function of. One of the questions that would come up to me if I were facing a budget cut and especially in the state of Georgia where the counties there's so many of them, one of the questions that I would have would be, would it be possible for one county to take care of one piece of, maybe one county takes care of WIC, one county takes care of immunizations. They're so close together that would that work? Is there a way to combine resources? That would be one thought that I would have about that, about restructuring services. And what would it take to do that? And then determining how many people are accessing those services in each of the counties. So it would be to me, would be a lot of fact finding on where there are opportunities to combine forces. Am I hitting anywhere close to what you're wanting us to ask or think through? And what would somebody else say? Rhonda, what do you think? Paula, Tom?
I would say with the ask part, with your example, Lizanne, with budget cuts, you mentioned WIC, some programming, it depends on where the budget cuts were coming from, if they're federal or if they're state or if they're county. Because some programs are like WIC, that's federal. So you really wouldn't have to worry about that. So you'd have to ask the question, where are the cuts coming from? Then I have lately, actually, as a result of being part of GCIC, I like going to the community to ask them. So that's a part of the asking, on some level, because you can't spend too much time on that, but on some level, reach out to the community to figure out what they're willing to let go or how they're willing to restructure. Because even in, I mean, I live in Effingham and I'm dealing with something else. And I realize there are some counties that are already working together. So now you're telling me I have to drive 45 miles versus 10 miles. So then the acquire, asking and getting the information is the acquiring part. And then appraise, I guess that's figuring out how useful what you asked and gathered is going to help with the budget cuts to decide which programming. Apply it. And then once you've applied it, figuring out if it's working. Are the people still coming? Are you still meeting their needs? Is your, you know, I don't know, immunization rates going down because nobody can get to it? So that's how I see this scenario.
Thank you, Ms. Barlow. Ms. Harris, your hand is up.
Hi, Dr. Telfair.
Hey.
So I want to kind of, I guess, ask and share. So when I came over to Live Oak just about 5 years ago, we were kind of in a position where we had to make some tough choices where, unfortunately, the administration prior to when I was here had made some decisions that did not favor the library and financially put the library in a bad position. And I wish then, like, we would have had a model like this, because honestly, like, all we kept thinking about was how do we not lay people off? And that was like all we, and it was more, I think, of feelings, because we would feel bad, or, you know, thinking if someone was out of a job. We did end up closing 2 of the libraries. We closed the one in Thunderbolt, we closed one at Port Wentworth, but we really didn't go through this type of process. We really just came from it, well, how do we save people's jobs? Can we move them to other locations? And okay, we closed Thunderbolt, at least there's, you know, a library at Islands that people could get to. And if we closed Port Wentworth, at least there was a library in Port City. So seeing this and hearing everyone kind of talk through how this decision-making works, I really do wish like we had that, versus honestly, all we could think about was saving people's jobs and can we put them in another location? Because that wasn't necessarily the best decision either. From a heartfelt standpoint, yes, but from a business standpoint, unfortunately, no.
Yeah, thank you both. Yeah. So I like to comment, just starting with Ms. Harris. So Ms. Harris, respect to yourself and the persons you work with. It's not, when you work at the community-based level, it's sometimes indescribably hard to make those type of decisions that you all made, even if you have a framework to make them with, because you cut to the chase. You know, you are concerned about the outcome, which is, you know, what is going to happen to people. I mean, I as said, I get asked all the time, you know, what is some of the toughest decisions you've ever had to make in your career? And I would just, my answer is always letting people go. You know, I mean, that's like, no, anybody like us who work hard to, you know, particularly if we have a, you know, work on equity and using evidence for equity and those sort of things. And then we find really good people and we've met all those standards, and then we find people either don't fit, don't work out, whatever. And man, that's a toughie to deal with. So I just want to say, you know, a big piece of it is having the modern decision making, but at the end of the day, you still have to make some, probably particularly in our day and time, and given our reality right now in terms of the way we had to do budget cuts, particularly us who work in social and health services, some gut-wrenching kind of decisions. So yeah, this helps a lot because, you know, gives you a way to do this. Also, the other thing, so I say all that to say the other part of this, of how you could use this is that how do you come back from that, right? I mean, you know, so you've made the decision, you've closed like the 2 libraries you did, you know, but what if stuff improves? When stuff improves, things get better management, better resources, things like that, you can revisit. If you use this model, you can revisit the decisions that you made to close those 2 libraries. And is there a way to reopen that? That's done a lot. That's what a lot of people do. You know, that's how clinics and hospitals and all stuff, you hear of them all the time reopening or restructuring or moving. Well, this is the kind of stuff that they use for that. It's gut wrenching, but what it does is it provides you with what you need to make decisions, not in the short run, but in the long run as well. So just as a, you know, tack on to that, piece. But thank you for sharing that sort of thing. And thank you for the other piece on this one. Okay. Anybody else? Let's see, a comment in the chat. All right, you're welcome. Ms. Harris, you're welcome. All right. Okay, let's see what we got. All right, so here is another performance management. So let's go and take, everything we talked about so far, and let's put it into a utility-based framework. And this is that. So if you take, what we have here, and then what we talked about earlier around performance, and you put it into what's called the utility framework, which is what this is. And so this is where then you take that information based on the analyses and the information. And as Ms. Barlow said, now you kind of go back and look at this. And then you sort of look at these things and you pull them together. So you have goal setting, you have some way of quantifying or qualifying the key performance indicators, the reporting of the results, and then taking the action to do this. And this is a cycle. It's not a one-off sort of thing. So it takes everything we've discussed, performance standards, measures, reporting, and quality improvement, and it's putting it into a management system that allows you then to do what I was suggesting to Ms. Harris, which is then what are the kind of next steps you could do based upon the decision you just have made. So there's two types of ways you could do this. One is within the agency itself, which is the agency, the programs in that, on that one, and the other one is peer. So within the example, so say year-to-year performance of Healthy Start, which many of you are familiar with as an example. The source, like Ms. Roberts was saying, there's a source that you could go to find out about that. Your peer example would be what RWJ, based upon this, has these county health rankings and roadmaps, which would be equivalent to what Ms. Lizanne Roberts was talking about. And then you have another source of that. So within examples of performance management, you could learn and see what are best practices and what have been learned, how these are compared to one another, using the health rankings, which RWJ does a phenomenal job with, and then looking at how those health rankings are done specific to the area in which you have. They do it at all levels. They do it, at state by state, they do it within state, and so forth. And these are just some terms, and I think you all understand these terms. So I don't feel the need to kind of go over those too much, but I do want to talk about quantifying measures to quantify. So this is really important, and why? Because when we're thinking about assessment and thinking about how we put things together, how you measure performance and what the focus on those performance indicators are. So the capacity or to build or strengthen the work. And some of you've mentioned that, the process, how things are carried out, what the intervention is, incidents of risk factors to, reduce and or health status to improve. So social risk factors to reduce, social determinants to reduce, structural determinants to reduce, and then the status that comes out of that, and then measurable change, due to these changes or these programs. Because all of us engage and we do the work that you do, all of this is relevant. The capacity to do the work, what is being done, the incident to reduce risk for things not working out, which, as we said, there's no perfect program, and then the measuring the change, as you see fit. So criteria for selecting a performance measure. This is actually in your 8 steps book, by the way. It's similar to that. It should be focused on the need for the indicator itself. So if we go back to what we talked about with Ms. Barlow and Ms. Hallam, and we're looking at trying to make a decision related to, say, effectiveness of the program, right? And implementation. It needs to be something that is well understood. So that means it needs to be well understood and easily to carry out. So simplicity. It needs to be something that we can maintain, so it has some degree of stability. So if you're measuring, say, quality of food on the shelf, that is a stable measure, as opposed to just simple labels and or sources of that food. In other words, who makes the food kind of deal, as opposed to measuring the quality of type by the food, the amount of green, which is a general but stable measure, as opposed to, say, whether it's from Del Monte or some other group. the availability of what's there. So if you, you know, American Second Harvest, which is a food, you know, our local, you know, Feed America group here works on availability in terms of the donors and other things. That should be both into that. What makes sense? What is logical? And then what is the broader representation, given that you have no faith-based agency is this the same? They have commonalities, you know, but they're not the same. And they don't exist for the same reason per se. They have a common reason they exist, but they do have differences and philosophies. Even the program that y'all are carrying out in and of itself, there's similar programs like that, you know, throughout the state of Georgia and the region, but you all have this for a particular reason and particular purpose. So the expected improvement that you have, say over a 5-year period, is it reasonable? Is it of a 1-year period from your January to December? You know, is that reasonable? Is it something you're going to carry out? So these are criteria that you need to take into account when you're considering what you're going to use. Right. So when you're deciding on this one, then you should also think about what the indicators should include. And these are just some examples of that. So health status, health care, utilization measures, you know, are, as you know, take into account the fact that these are amenable to interventions, they're amenable to the current way the health systems works, and so forth. The same thing with social service programs, they're amenable to policies, rules and regs, availability of resources and so forth. And then those that can be targeted, you know, so what can you, based on your knowledge, your experience, what you've gathered, think about the indicators that are going to that. This goes back to the stability point that we were making, which is that what is stable over time? You know, what is that targeted for development? What is targeted for enhancement? And based upon things that might influence its level of existence. And then, of course, there are limits to the kind of indicators that you have. Determinants, you know, or ideology of where they come from, you know, of the outcomes. You know, are they well established? You know, is it some way that you could say, we know that if you have more green on the shelf, that you're going to see better health outcomes for people who utilize the program? Well, the evidence is pretty clear that is there, but the rate and the level at which you measure those things are going to be determined, because are you choosing well-established methods? Or are you choosing ones that you yourself are developing and coming up with, and so forth, and those outcomes? And then how can they be expected over the time frame that you have put together for this? And then, of course, the measures themselves, stability, again, is a key piece here, and that's kind of what we're kind of looking at. So indicators then, and this again is in your handout, so I won't go over this too much, is that they need to make good monitoring measures, and they need to measure performance in a way that's going to be useful and helpful to you. So the SIDOGA measures is really your essential first step in constructing these. But anyway, let me pause for a second and see whether or not you have any things on just the difference in choosing indicators. Okay, I don't see nothing in the chat. Nothing in, okay. All right, then let's. All right, so there's some suggestions of how to do this. So deciding the measure is essential first step. You know, the aspect of whatever service delivery process that you're going to use will help you generate this. So on the other hand, though, you know, there are going to be things that you have to make a decision about that may or may not be as straightforward, you know, and they may bring to the surface other dilemmas. So, and this happens a lot, like you all witnessed when Ms. Barlow and Ms. Hallam, you know, were kind of looking at and considering what Ms. Hallam was talking about related to how services are delivered, and how they have to now decide, you know, on what aspects of that delivery they have to really consider. And so that will influence the decision making related to the indicators that you have. So constructing the indicators means that you do have to take the time to think about what is needed, and then more or less or that, and then consider are you targeting, or are you using what it is that you, or is the best way to measure that? And then ask yourself, conversely, is there something that we're missing? Right. So we decided that this is is it a process to inform persons? Is there something else around education we need to also consider? Like it was asked, which is that is your who you're targeting. And then in this case, you're targeting the workers. However, you also ask, well, should we also target the participants? And that's a decision that you have to make. So covering your bases for your monitoring program, your ideas, your questions, all of those things are very, very critical. So there's 3 things that I recommend really strongly that you take attention about. One of it is identifying the concepts or what it is you're going to measure. In other words, operationally defining what your terms are and your focus. And then selecting or constructing measures that will allow you to do these things given the criteria that we just discussed, which is stability, simplicity, etc. And then locating these measures wherever they may be located. They may be stuff that are already in existence, or they may be indicators that you have to derive or get others to help you pull together. And this is just some examples of where you would do that. And this, again, we talked about in the steps book that you saw. So numbers, rates, proportions, and so forth. Averages, categories. All right, so anyway, so let's just use, look at percentages, numbers. Now, the point I want to make, and it's something that I want to go back to Mr. Barlow Sr. about, because he asked a really good question, is that let's use or just as critical or qualitative indicators like consensus measures, like aggregated levels of agreement or disagreement or statements, archival information, like policy statements, like contractual statements, and so on and so forth, and then group opinions, which is one of the things that the Harlem and Barlow is do you reach out to and ask the workers what they think? Do you ask them how they think this might be measured? You may come up with a suggestion on how to measure, success in a program, but they may also have their idea of what that means. So this means that for this particular construction or selection of an indicator, you might want to sit down with them and come up with a mutual indicator. Okay, let me pause for a moment. And I think we have 2 questions. So we have first Ms. Kressler, and then next Mr. Bullock. I don't know if anybody else has it, but let's go with Ms. Kressler first, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Telfair. I'm just going to say through all of this, one of probably the best things that ever happened to Healthy Savannah is when we received one of our first grants way back when, that we were required to have an evaluator that absolutely helped us move through all of this very, regarding what instruments to use, what would be effective measures. And still to this day, regardless of whether the funder requires it or not, we set aside 10% of all of our funding for professional evaluation. Of course, we're all very much engaged in it. It's, the whole team is, but I just wanted to add that because, it's just, I'm just going to say it has helped immensely overall. So those of you that are on the call, I would just say, look at that as an opportunity as well, even if it's just for, one section, you're going to learn so much from that. So that's mostly all I had to say. Thanks.
So as an evaluator, that makes my heart happy.
I hear you.
Mr. Bullock.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This really came to, I was about to put in the chat before you posted this slide, that it seems like your measures are mostly quantitative. How do you get at as a real life example, we have people not getting the COVID vaccine, and their reasonings, we can measure how many are and how many are not. but the reasons that affect that quantitative number are qualitative in nature. So how do you actually blend the two?
Right. So there is a process that is called that is used in qualitatively called triangulation, which is sort of asking the same question both quantitatively and qualitatively. And then what that allows you to do is that it allows you to in the sense of which comes first. Quantitative, qualitative. Let's just say quantitative comes first, which is what your question is on COVID. And you see that there is the number of persons who either gets the shot, or not, or wear masks or not, or participate in, mitigation programs or not. So basically, you're just counting self-reported, and or observed ways to do that. But that doesn't really tell you what their thinking is and how they're thinking. So qualitatively, you ask them the same question: are you participating? But then you add a tack on the why part. Why not? So you can ask people why they participate and why they don't. And CDC does both, because they do that as part of the case find, the case follow up, and it's good epidemiological practice these days to do, epidemiology, which is the way you do if you're trying to learn about the outbreak of a particular condition or situation. And so how you do that in practice is that you first of all, you make a decision about what kinds of questions you want to ask that cannot be quantified readily. All right. So hypothesis generation is what we call it, or question generation. And so you may come up with a set of questions, which is the why, and why don't you, what is it about what you've learned? And that's usually based upon your experience with people. So that they give you reasons based on their faith, based on their beliefs or whatever, that those are going to be. So you craft questions that are in those areas: faith questions, why; belief questions, why; physical challenges, why; so on and so forth. And then you ask the questions, and then you use a system to analyze that, to pull up with keywords, key phrases, and so forth. And then you can you look at those, and then you link those to the observations you've made about the numbers. And so you're doing both what's called an integrated, and or triangulated approach to do that. And as an evaluation person, you could collect that data, as we say here, the last part, which is opinions, and consensus measures, for you that. And then how you analyze it is that you individually would not do the analysis. You would sit down with 2, maybe 3 of your team, and you all would look at the same information, and you all would come up with what you think is being said. And then that's where consensus come in, is that you come to level of agreement of what's being said, because it's based upon an approach you would use around decision making for the most part, but qualitative researchers use it all the time to be able to come and draw conclusions based on that. That's why you would hear, like, for example, when you hear health experts talk about reasons why, they usually have 2 to 3 sort of very concise things that they have learned. They could have, but the list that they've used is probably much longer. But they use a system of analyses based on a consensus approach, which is asking other experts, and mostly diverse experts, the ones that look at disease, the one that understand human behavior, so on and so forth. And then they all kind of provide their interpretation, and then you combine that. So it's through multiple iterations that you come to a conclusion where you both feel what's called saturation, and you both are at level of agreement. So there's a process that is used very well. It's a little longer, it's a little bit more in depth, and a little more intense, but it's very, very doable. You just have to write that into your assessment plan, that you're going to do something like that, particularly that because you make that judgment based upon the challenge that you're looking at. For example, if it's COVID, you're going to have to do that. But if it's simply participation in a food delivery program, you may not need to do that intensive of work. But for something where both the actual answers you're trying to get at, and then the decisions you're going to have to make after that, that's kind of where you go. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. Yes, it does. Thank you.
Quite welcome.
A lot more involved. I go with Ms. Roberts. We could spend a day on each one of these subtopics.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions? Comments? So this is very good. Thank you all for your this on this one. All right. So constructing measures, we talked about that. And the thing that I want to know, the only thing that I want to point out to you on this particular page is the need to make sure that whatever you choose, it should be high quality performance, and the candidate measures itself should be generally assessed according to that criteria that represents some kind of rigor, right? Either practical relevance or scientific rigor. Either way you would do that, that should also be the case. Now, the other part of it is, and this is just responsive to the change, like we just said. And for example, if you're looking at a person with diabetes, it would be quantitative, or set a task, step for securing at-risk sample would be qualitative. So you have to decide on that. The other piece is that in this, I just have to state this because we don't have time to go over, but you all know what meaningful, valid, reliable, and responsive is, and that needs to be part of your decision making. But the other big piece is understandable. It should be understandable, and it should allow for adjustments related to errors, right? Because whatever you measure, whatever way you measure it, you know that it's not going to be absolute, right? But you also need to have ways going to do this. So reliable measures, valid measures, those are all very, very critical. And so the data in and of itself, should be sources that are of high quality, that will last, that are simplistic and available. So it should be something that you could get your hands on, you could use, that fits within what is doable for you in terms of budget and other things. And it also should be those things. So I'm going to stop at that point and ask for questions, because I have two more groups that I want to do. Let me just stop my sharing for a moment. So I know we're getting close on time, so I just want to see, based upon performance measurement, is there anything that people have questions about?
Dr. Telfair.
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be okay if we took a temperature check on folks right now, just about this particular topic?
Right. Yeah.
Performance measures, and this, especially this last section.
Right.
I kind of want to know from the group that's with us, and we've got about 25 people on, if there are folks that would like to take a deeper dive into this, and maybe that's something for us to think about as a group when we continue our learning. So if there are folks that are on here that want to take a deeper dive into this particular section, then please send a message in the chat about that, so that we can kind of get a sense of what folks are wanting and needing to have more development around. Thanks.
So while you're doing that, I think, we've gone about, we can take 5 minutes, brief 5-minute break, because the last part of this is just going over instruments and tools with you. So Ms. Roberts, maybe we could take 5 minutes and then just come back at say 1:10 and then finish off what we have. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me. Paula, you good?
Ms. Chrysler, 5 minutes?
Yes, that works. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So 1:10, 5 minutes, 1:10. We'll come back, and then we still have more to go, but we'll go from there. Okay. 5 minutes. Okay, we ready to come back?
I think so.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna, thanks everyone again. I'm going to share my screen with, and on this one. So from this point going forward, if you will, I am going to be sharing tools with you on ways to get work done. So the first thing I'm going to share with you is the letter that I sent out to everyone. So a little background on this, and you could feel free to modify this, write on it, whatever way you want to do it. So one of the things that's done a lot, and some do it out of different ways of doing it, is to get a sense, a good, we recommend this, good evaluators or good persons to do monitoring assessment, try to get a good sense of the evaluability, if you will, of whatever either programs or institutions or groups or whatever they're working with. And it's important to kind of do this one. There's a whole area called pre-evaluability assessment that's used for this. And the pre-evaluability assessment really main goal is to determine whether or not the whoever they're working with, or the program or the service or the instrument or whatever it's being assessed can be actually evaluated. Because many years ago there was an assumption that pretty much anything can be evaluated, and many of us kind of adhere to that. Then we realized after years of practice that that's not always the case, and sometimes we need to get a better sense of that, because it's not the case for a couple reasons. One of the big reasons is that people who we're working with themselves are not always clear about what the target of the evaluation is. I learned this myself, to share this with you the hard way, in a sense that because I'm a participatory evaluation person, one of the things that we really make as part of our work is that persons who we are working with in terms of doing monitoring evaluation with, we want them to be a part of the process. So one of the first times we did this, which with groups who were not familiar or not experienced with this approach to monitoring evaluation, and one of the questions that they had for us, which is a very legitimate question, which is that, wait a minute, didn't we hire you to do this work? So think about it. So we're asking them to participate in their own evaluation. However, the way they saw it was they're doing work to develop measures and monitoring and assessment, and really this is what we were supposed to be doing, because that's what they hired us. So we had to take a step back and realize that you just can't approach your model, your approach, or your framework for monitoring evaluation. You just can't assume that everyone knows that, even if they're community-based programs, even if they're programs that live off of the participatory model, collaboration as a model, they may apply that to other things like service delivery and partnership, things like that, but they may not apply it to assessment. So, lessons learned. So years ago, our colleagues put together what we did as a process to do this work. The first part of the process was to respond to the request and or the reach out to assist with the program evaluation process itself. The second one is to get a good gestalt of a bilateral gestalt. They get to know us, we get to know them, kind of thing. And this letter that is the template that you have is an outgrowth of that. So the first part of it, of course, is us replying and thanking the persons who we're going to work with for their work. That's the first paragraph. The second one is an example, which you could modify any way you see fit, what it is that we understood based on the conversation that they want us to work on and to do this, and that they understood how we approach this work, and which is what the third paragraph is about. And so many times the shorthand is that, does that make sense? That's the shorthand to these two paragraphs, is just to ask people, does that make sense? The longhand, of course, is to write this out. Then what we do is we talk to them about, okay, what's the next step, right? And the next step, of course, is to carry out what's in the appendices. So what goes before the appendices, of course, is the scope of work. There's a whole scope of work document that goes here. But before you get to the scope of work document, you have these questions. And the questions themselves, as we say, are not a substitute for answering things. What they allow is both of us to get a better understanding of each other and that. So my recommendation, if you all decide to use this, which I highly recommend, and Ms. Chrysler, thank you for what you said, because this literally is what you would do, is that evaluator will come in and just walk you through a lot of this stuff already. And so we've modified this, by the way. We came up with a framework, and then we carried it out multiple times until we got to this level. You could modify it, tweak it here and there. There's wording and some other things you would do. But the whole idea is to break it up into the key components of what you want to know, which is one of it is describing the existing program or the service itself. You definitely want to know about that. And you ask a core set of questions on that, and then describing the program or the service, but in relationship to program goals, objectives, evaluation, and so on and so forth, what it is that you think you need. So based upon this, the first part is describing the program and all the components and elements of the program. What do you want to do? What your intent are, and that sort of stuff. So that's what these are. So this A through F part is that. The second part is going to be what they see as what they might need for the assessment itself. Now, that's a challenge, because a lot of times, like Ms. Chrysler said, the funder may not ask you to include evaluation as part of what you do. And so 9 times out of 10, I don't know about y'all, but 9 times out of 10, they may not ask you that when they give you the initial funding, but they eventually ask you that when what their expectations are. So it may not be upfront, but it's definitely a built-in expectation that you would figure out some way to assess. So that's why we talk about evaluators are very accustomed to jumping on a train while the train's already moving. And because a lot of times we're asked to come in a program, 5-year program, and at year three or so, the idea that we need to do a better job, or we need to have evaluation things come in. So my heart is satisfied when you think beforehand, we should just go ahead and include evaluators, from day one, and then work through the whole thing from there. So that's why I said my heart is happy, because that's an insight that I think comes from experience. We just learned that. So, but this is a tool that will help you to get there, right, if you need it. So the last part, of course, is just simply a reflexive thing. All it says is that, we said here, what do you anticipate will be needed from the evaluator? Right? These are the stuff that are the mechanics of what you would need in terms of the steps. But this is just like, what kind of person do you want to work with? What kind of person are you comfortable with? What kind of team would make the best sense for you? What is the best fit? That kind of thing. Because one of the things is that you could have, and this happens all the time, people hire researchers and other people to do evaluation, and they realize that they're not a good fit because they're coming at it from either too technical component, or they lack the content knowledge, or anyway, all kinds of reasons why a fit does not work. So it's critically important. And this is why we included this question, because we learned that you ask questions that allow you to determine whether the person you're trying to work together with is a fit. Because sometimes it happens by default, you get a person, but the fit is that. And then these last questions really help you to just sort of narrow it all down or pull it all together and summarize it. So that's what this letter does. It's a pre-evaluability assessment tool that we have found is going to be really helpful, independent of where particularly at the beginning of the work you're doing, and or when you decide that you want to do a monitoring evaluation for your program. All right, so I'm going to leave it at that and see if there's any comments or questions. Ms. Paula.
Yeah, I just want to underscore this document. I wish I had it. We ended up to be very, very fortunate, but because I came out of corporate America and came into the nonprofit world. So I conducted the interviews for the evaluator as if I were hiring a manager for our team. And we just got the best person ever, and we're still using her to this date. And of course, Lizanne has tagged into that team for our big CDC grant, and it's really awesome. But this document, I'm just going to say to everybody here, just that's gold right there, because I had no idea what to do. I just knew I had to do it. But again, from the get-go, we had our evaluator on board, but it was because she was the right fit based on the interview. Because we had two that just would have never worked ever. Just going to say that.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Question. Where, is SWOT analysis considered a measurement tool?
SWOT analysis is a measurement, but it has more to do with when you're doing, when you're trying to get at a decision making related to, say, either a needs assessment or a strategic planning effort or something like that. And it usually happens within a needs assessment and or strategic planning process at the beginning, and it brings you to the point where you make a decision, right? So you would use a SWOT analysis that would then bring you to say, okay, now we want to do this next step. So it is part of a pre-evaluability components you would do, just like, so needs assessment, strategic planning effort, those kinds of things are called pre-evaluability type of assessments before you move into monitoring and evaluation.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. So you've done that indirectly by, your pre-work, but just keep that in mind. Okay, others before we move on. Okay, so, all right, so that's the letter there. Okay, so then let me go over a couple documents that are related to performance assessment. Okay, so these are monitoring and evaluation process and document tools that are in your handouts as well. And so you've seen this one already. We went over this one, and this is components of a program evaluation. Now, the monitoring process. So what I've done is this is a tool we call Project Overview Template. And you've seen it, and I'll show you what it looks like in practice. However, what it does is that it allows you then to create a simple tool that you could use that has these components built in. It gives you a snapshot of the goals, objectives, tasks, measures, and then the work that you want to have. So, and this is the process by which you make that decision, which is the decision tree that goes into creating this tool, which is the review of the service and the narrative, the information that you enter based upon this work, you review it for accuracy, you conduct periodic reviews, baseline, 3 months, year, etc. You highlight accomplishment and document, and you review and you refine. So an example of this is this template, which you could use. This is in and of itself, given what Ms. Roberts said, is yes, it would take a training to go through this and figure out how to use it. But once you master it, it is a good there. So many of you have done training related to logic models and that sort of thing. Well, the challenge of logic models is that they're pretty static. They're not dynamic. And so they don't allow for change. They don't allow for you to assess change in long run and short run. However, they are things that you are required to do. What we have done, and in many of the programs that we've worked at when we've been in the beginning and help, is that we've substituted this matrix and the matrix I'm going to show you next for logic models. And they have been fine with whatever the program is because we've explained it, right? So there's challenges to logic model. So this one here, what it allows you to do, it's a step-by-step. I literally wrote it in how you would do that. We created this based on our experience, the program, the context, so on and so forth. And the reason why we have these bits here is because this allows you to use this tool over and over again. And these are usually going to change through a lot of programs. The program contact person and even the data person may change because of the way we work in community-based work. But these elements here are also dynamic and they may change, but they're going to change based upon the continual interaction with the people that you're working with. Now, the other way to do this is the practice-based building part, which we said before. And this is another way of looking at this, is to build this based on evidence. And we showed you that before. So it's a project tracking matrix, but it's an evidence-based orientation for this one. And then the project achievement matrix. This is another one, which is that. So the tracking matrix is a monitoring tool that allows you to monitor the program as you go. The achievement matrix is focused on outcomes. So it's your evaluation tool. So person's responsible for timeline and scores. And then what I showed you before with the achievement. So this is the decision-making tree that you would use for that. And then here is the tool itself. That is an example of this. It's a lot bigger, but literally what we have, and I'll give you a concrete example. We've done this. For example, many of you work with government programs, and a lot of times you have to sit down with government decision makers and to show them how stuff works or doesn't work, or what you've achieved and not achieved. You literally can create one of these matrices and create a PowerPoint or a document or whatever, and it comes sometimes as a single sheet or two sheet explanation that you could hand as a handout to the person who's the decision maker, and literally just show them from A to Z. Here's how we've done. Here's what we started. Here's what our outcomes are, and so on and so forth. And it's sort of like drawing them a map, you know, because it literally is a matrix, but it's like a map that talks about everything about the program or whatever. And say we just give you this as an example, like increase worry about teachers. So if you had to do this and you're trying to get funding to support this program for teachers and providers, you literally, and they've given it to you, and they've given it to you for 3 months, then you use this as a 3-month tracking, 6 months tracking, 1 year tracking. But it's something that you could use. You could create it like this, you know, as a either PowerPoint document, Word document, or an Excel spreadsheet document. And all of these apply and work, and you could use this tool for that purpose. Here is an example, you know, of this from Healthy Start program that we worked on there, and we showed that. And this is how the program achievement matrix is measured. These are the way you would assess that, the tool itself. And that's what I want to show you. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing there. That's a tool you could use based upon the discussions that we've had so far. Any comments or questions? Okay, all right. So let me then go to my next thing here. All right, so we got to do that. All right, so I'm going to show you a couple more examples of this. Hang on. All right, so this here is the components. And again, we've talked about this a little bit, but I want to just go over this with you. So components of a monitoring system, this is what it looks like in terms of the Word dot. This is the way that we've interpreted it. And then, what I wanted to show you was a data collection plan modeling and how you interpret the results. So this is a single document that you could convert into a single sheet, but this is just a snapshot or synopsis of what we went over in terms of developing the monitoring system. And you have that as a handout to you, and I'm that. So if you have any questions, put them in the chat and we'll know that. So I'm gonna move from that document to another one so you can show. So here's the other big question that people ask all the time, which is that how do you kind of create indicators? So this is a way to do indicator based upon an assessment or a sub-assessment. So let's just say you want to assess the quality of a caregiver, or you could do quality of a program worker. And so this is a way to create a tool that allows you to do this very easily. The level of judgment is going to be could be shared by you as a program person or a leader, or one of the people you've trained to use it. So it's a simple, very thing. These are the characteristics of the person you want people to observe and make a decision about. this is the Likert way that you want to look at them, whether they agree or disagree with these statements. And remember, they should be non-leading statements. And they should be statements that are just true inquiries, not just say, we think, you think, when you agree with, and so on and so forth. You just want them to look at these sort of non-committal statements and make a judgment. And then you could then add your additional observation by the committee or the group. And so this is a tool that we use as a template that we work with people on as an example. And then of course, you use this in a setting. So going back to the question that was asked by Ms. Barlow, the answer is, here's a way that you can get, like you would say, here are the questions we're interested in. What additional questions would y'all, as faith-based workers be interested in, and so on and so forth. And then you create these and pull these together. And this came from the Healthy America thing. And here's another way of doing that based upon, say, the setting. So let's go to the faith-based setting itself, in the way that you're carrying out. You want to assess quality of the setting. In other words, things like, the physical space, the other kinds of things that have an impact on participation, right? So these would be the kinds of questions you would ask, or based on your observation, and then based on things that they would recommend based on observations, and then you would carry that out. So these are just templates of tools that are handy tools you could use that would be linked to your objectives and your indicators, and your target group as you see fit. And so these are just examples. You can modify them and use them. And again, these are activities, work that's carried out, for example, for your education program. You want to look at those things. These are safety ways you want to look at those. These are health indicators that are used based on standardized measures and work, and so on and so forth. So these are just multiple examples of ways to do this. This is the other thing for the program workers, for example, you could use as a model, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to give you some key examples, of ways that you could put together your own tools. You can modify your own tools, and you can make those work to your advantage. All right, so given the time we have left, I just want to go over a few more things. And then I think, we were out of time, unfortunately. Okay. So this is more of a review. This is kind of a standard logic model so that you all can see kind of how it goes. This is standard logic model. You've all seen these in terms of your leadership training and development, that kind of deal. What I'm challenging you on is that I would want you to think about, a static model like this, in terms of all the little tweaks and bumps you have to make to it. But instead use this tool that is going to be something that you'll have. So the process monitoring, which is what we're talking about here, and then using that as your template, but putting that together in the ways that I've just showed you in those other ways. And so what I want to show you lastly is a actual working example of something we've done in Healthy Start when they're reaching out to Healthy Start providers. And so this is an example of this. This is in your handout, the latter part of your PowerPoint slide of the work you would have. And then the advantages, there's advantages and disadvantages of what I'm recommending. So to be full disclosure. So the systematic, it's pretty technically really simple, really inexpensive, and it's evidence for evaluation dissemination. The disadvantages, though, is that it is limited in scope in the sense that it's going to be very specific to your program or your service, whatever it is you're going to do. It is process data, so it's not outcome data, and so you're going to have to make decisions over time. And it may or may not employ traditional science-based methodology. It sort of rips off of a logic model, but it provides you with a lot more flexibility to be able to use that. The other thing is that we won't have a chance for the exercise, which I'm sorry, I was going to walk you all through that, but we're going to have to skip that. The other process tool, is the evidence-based part that I showed you related to evaluation. And so what it does is it actually gives you a way to do just this, which is measure gaps between actual and expected levels of achievement. So your intended and your unintended. And then it gives you a set of scores that you could use. And I've showed you this multiple times. But here is an actual working example that I have in your handout, excuse me, from Healthy Start that I thought would be really good for you all to see. My apologies for showing it to you very quickly, but here's a way to measure that. And that's it. And so we don't have time for the exercise on that one. So I'm just going to show you that information. I've gone over multiple times, and I'm just going to leave it to see if we have any last minute parts. I just want to make a quick statement because we're roughly at the end. There's a lot more we could cover with this training and development, which I'm sure you all observed. I would appreciate tremendously, and I think the team, Ms. Chrysler, Ms. Roberts, Ms. Rachel, and everyone, my team here, the two young persons I work with, would all appreciate that as y'all are thinking about this. What is it that you saw that you think more could be done in terms of providing additional training and work on that part? Very simple. Think about it. If there's more, we can discuss amongst ourselves. This second part is that we are going to sit down the team, everyone who sponsored this, about office hours and follow-up. And we want you to be thinking about that and communicate that mostly to Ms. Rachel and see what it is you have. So I'm gonna, I want to, have this, I have a closing comment to make, but I want to see if we have any questions before, this is our last slide and last group, questions and comments before we go.
I have one question, and
Sure.
You may have already explained this. I'm looking at the project tracking chart, and you got a scoring matrix here. It says achievement scores interpretation, achievement objective 1, achievement task 2, achievement process 5. Now, are those numbers as a final measurement to say, as an example, if I put a 1, that means the objective has been achieved. If I achieve the task, the number would be 2. If the process is complete, 5. Is that what you mean by that?
Well, okay, so close. So, okay, so we have 2 levels there. One of it is individual tasks, which you've said correctly, which is if you achieved it, it's, you have like your numerator denominator match up, it's a 1. If you have multiple parts of that, then you would create what's called an index as opposed to a single measure, which means that you have multiples of the first one. So you put your steps together, put your targets you want, say different targets, and then you have one measure which tells you for each individual activity, here's what you've achieved. But what you want to know, like in your case, for example, is a cumulative question, which is given everything we have done, how close or how far away is it from what we want to accomplish? And it was because we have multiple things we're looking at. How close are we to accomplishing these multiple things collectively? In other words, then together. So it would be called an index. So each individual thing would give you do that. And the way you measure each individual one is it has to be equivalency. So if it's 6 that your target is, then it should be 6 that you've achieved. If it's 7 that your target is, those are quantitative measures, and you measure those at different points in time. Now, if you have multiple things, like you were looking at how many people participate in the program, how many times that we were able to provide education to them, and so on and so forth. Those are all multiple things you're looking at. So you would create what's called an index, that allows you to assess how well you've done overall, not just by individual activity, but overall.
Now, question, is this 0.83, is that a standard?
Okay, so no, these are all, no, Mr. Barlow, this is just an example. So this whole thing is an example based upon the previous slide, which shows you the measures we use.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that. Okay.
Of course, yeah. No, those are not fixed numbers. Those are based upon the example. So if you go back to the example, matrix, and then you see what the scores are. That's where they came from. But what I'm trying to show you is an example of how you would put it together and an example of how you would assess it or how you would use the numbers. So does that make sense?
Got it. Yeah, understand it now.
Okay. Thank you for your question. Others? Okay. So I don't see any last questions, so I'm just going to make a last comment. So first of all, thank you all for the opportunity to present, and apologize for the brain scrambling stuff, because I know that's a lot of information, you know, that you have. It is definitely a lot of we could have spent yes a whole couple weeks going through each one of some of these things, but we did the best we can with it. Please again, share your feedback with the leadership here, and then they'll get back to me to let me know how things went. And if you yourself, two things: if you need additional information or recommendations based on what we've discussed, I'm happy to provide you with what I can. And then second of all, please let either Ms. Kressler or Ms. Roberts know if you want to participate in the follow-up efforts of the office hours related to the work that were run pretty similar to what I walked through with Ms. Barlow and Ms. Hallam. That's kind of what it would look like, but we would expand more and work on more. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kressler and Ms. Roberts. Y'all have any last or parting comments?
Liz Ann, you want to close us up?
What I want to do is thank Dr. Telfair for, sharing his depth of expertise with us over the course of these last 4 sessions. And what occurs to me is that we have, I could take this course 3 times and learn something new every time we do it. And what I would love to hear from all of you at some point, so we'll do an evaluation about what you want to learn more about. So we started this, and I'll try to make this as brief as I can, but we started this down this road thinking about the technical skills that we all need as leaders in our community. And so we want to hear from you when you get to the evaluation point about what you want more of and what would help support you as a leader in the community from a technical learning standpoint, right? So we value your input on this. We want your input on this. We're designing this for all of you who are on the call today and others in our community who could benefit from this learning. My sense is that we'll repeat it again at some point. And I think the other part of what I want to learn from you is there a different way that we could construct it that would work better in terms of deepening our learning? Is it more sessions? Is it 2 full day sessions in person? What would that look like? So we're going to ask probably an open-ended question about that. And we're going to want you to give us your feedback on that. We all know we lose something by not being in person and not being able to see Dr. Telfair write, on a flip chart paper or a screen or whatever, that level of learning we all miss, right? So I'll pause there, and Paula, if you want to add anything in, or anyone else that may be on the call.
There's nothing else that I can add there. Absolutely everything that Dr. Telfair said and Liz Ann said, and so I'll just go to if someone else has anything else that they would like to add. But definitely this is an awesome beginning to improving all of our work here in our community.
Any others?
This is Michelle Hoskins. Again, I'd like to thank Dr. Telfair for providing for me kind of helping me fill a missing link in my work, having fairly recently come into nonprofit work. So thank you again. And yeah, my brain is scrambled, so I'll just be calling to get more information from you later.
Someone used the word earlier that this is gold. I would definitely agree. Gold, silver, platinum, and all the rest. It is by far the fact that you shared with us not only your knowledge of, but also the tools that we can replicate and learn and do this much more effectively. So thank you very much.
I can't even find the words to say how timely this is for me and the HACCP organization, because we now have the property. A major part of the next step is you got to have a plan to be able to get to those other two major steps, and that is to renovate the property and to transform it into the workforce development center that we want it to be. And this was so timely, as was mentioned, the tools and the consultation was just totally just so valuable to me. It would thank you, Rhonda. Rhonda is my cousin, and she was taking this, and she had heard me talking about the Henderson Project. And she said, Charlie, you need this, and you need to get on this, because this is great. And she was absolutely right. So thank you, Rhonda.
You're welcome.
So others, before we close, I know we're getting close on time. So we'll be sending out the evaluation form. We'll have some discussion with Dr. Telfair on that to make sure that we're capturing any information that he may want. And what I would ask you to do is when you receive it, to take the time to give us the feedback, because it's only with your input that we will make improvements in it to a place that we know that we can offer it to a greater group of people in the community. And so we thank you in advance for that. If I don't have anything else, Dr. Telfair, do you want to?
Yeah. So I repeat my thanks to everyone for your participation. I'm appreciative, and I always appreciative of just being validated by you all for your comments and everything. I want to also thank, we have a couple young persons I work with, Ms. Oka Ramadi and Ms. Ando, who has helped me out a lot in piecing these together. Also, sort of Ms. Oka Ramadi in particular, which helping me to do some of the logistic things, like making the slide so that they're not dizzying to you all. That was her work, so a big thanks to her. And then organizationally, Ms. Ando, for just being there and helping and working closely with that, of course. And then on your team, Ms. Roberts, of course, Ms. Rachel, I can't go without saying I'm technically challenged, and her help on that worked out well. So I'm looking forward to this. So thank you all. This is very validating to me, as someone who's been doing this for decades, to be able to share this and be all appreciative and make it and do the work. So I'm looking forward to hearing what y'all have to say, and I'm hoping we can work again on this. And thank you for both, Ms. Kressler and Ms. Roberts for co-sponsoring this, and actually just giving me the idea of how to kind of put this together. I appreciate that kind of input. So, all right. Thank you all.
Thank you all. We'll be back in touch on any office hours you may want and evaluations. Thank you all very much and have a great rest of your day and week. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Take
you.
care, everyone. Goodbye.
everyone.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you.